Freaking cats. Hey, what's going on, everyone? This is Yakarash here. Sorry this is a bit late. I came back from my sister's a bit later than I expected, but finally gonna be doing this. But I'm finally gonna rank all of the Metroid games. Finally found my Metroid shirt, also mug. Anyway, happy 40th, Metroid. Man, well, as you can see, this is a slightly unconventional tier list. Instead of the standard S, A, B, and C, or whatever, I have instead made 4 lists, or 4 tiers, and they are Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and Omega. And anybody who knows anything about Metroid might recognize those specific Greek letters immediately as the Metroids in like SR388 and whatnot. But anyway, years ago I thought about maybe doing like my top 5 Metroid games, but I really can't. It's really hard for me to do favorites. And then I was like, well, what if I did a tier list instead? So yeah, that's what we're doing. And I'm doing them in order that they released. So, and I'm doing all of them, as I have teased multiple times. So that includes originals and remakes, as well as bundles, and yeah. Alpha, Gamma, Zeta, and Omega, all in lowercase. Since, typically, like, I think in scientific notation or whatever, like, you would have, like, a subscript by a word, and then it would generally be, like, in lowercase, I think. But anyway. So, without further ado, here we go. So, and also, I managed to finally play all the Metroid games by this point. These two, the first 2 were the last ones. But anyway, so, the first Metroid game, I did, like, this past year, finally finish. It was either this past year or it was the year before. I think it was the year before, actually. Finally finished that game. And I'm gonna go ahead, put it at Alpha tier. It is cool, you know, it is like, I don't want to come across as, like, standing on the shoulders of giants and thinking I'm flying, or anything like that. And, because it does have the, it was the foundation of all Metroid games. I just don't think it's aged very well. And, like, the save system is a real turnoff for me. Like, the only reason I completed it and the second game were because of the Switch's rewind feature and save states and stuff like that. Like, I don't think I ever could have done things. But I think I also should preface right off the bat, there isn't going to be a single one of these games that I actually don't like. Which, might put me in the minority as far as Metroid fans is concerned. And also, I also forgot to mention, this is overall going to be pretty unconventional, and I'm probably going to make somebody mad. But yeah, it's I don't think it's aged very well. However, the like I will say it definitely did, set the foundation for what is my favorite series. And for the time, it definitely was impressive for a game. Yeah, and rental systems as well. So, not being able to save your game, that's definitely not, as big of a problem. But hey, even as it was, it did still have a save feature of sorts using passwords. The problem was it didn't have save stations, so you would always start at the very beginning, even with your progress. So, I will say, But yeah, just being able to, what am I trying to say? Anyway, it's cool, all the different features and everything, but, I'm gonna put it at alpha tier. And of course, yeah, like you said, gotta start somewhere. Metroid 2, Return of Samus, I'm also gonna put in alpha tier. So we're starting off low, mostly because it's also very difficult to figure out where you're supposed to go. Although the save feature does help, it's just so hard. It's just so easy to get lost, especially since when it came out, it was black and white. Honestly, the first one is arguably easier to navigate just because they did have a color scheme for things. But Metroid 2, when it comes out, it's black and white, and it's also closer up, if that makes sense. It's a lot more zoomed in. In the original game, Samus was let's say your screen was about this big, and then Samus was this small. Samus Returns, on the other hand, she's this big or something like that, as far as the ratio of the screen is concerned. That being said, I do appreciate just the again, there's the building blocks, and you got the different and different kinds of Metroids and everything. And how you defeated the Queen, you could, I think, if you're very good at it, you could defeat the Queen with just missiles and things like that. That being said, it is designed to where I think, because the only way I beat the Queen was using power bombs. So I do appreciate, even way back when, there was some of that puzzle solving as far as, the Metroid game is concerned, because, one of the hallmarks of Metroid is just, when you're running into a boss, you gotta figure out what their weakness is, and then you go from there. I think with Arachnus, in the original game, the only way to beat it was with morph ball bombs. And also expanding, innovating based off of the original game. It was, to borrow a term, it was really going from alpha to gamma as far as, the Metroids are concerned. So it was still on the weaker side of games the standards we have these days, but it's still, I wouldn't say I disliked it. It was just difficult to play, still, but I'm really thankful for the Switch's save states and rewind feature and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. Super Metroid. Um, I would put it at at Zeta tier, but I'm putting it at Gamma tier for a couple of reasons. Although I do like the story of Super Metroid, which Super Metroid I've heard argued is basically a remake of the first game. Which, yeah, like a complaint I heard from somebody about Prime 4 is that it bears so many similarities to the first Prime. And while it does bear a lot of similarities to the first Prime, I'm just like, well, if that's your complaint, then why isn't Super Metroid a problem? Because Super Metroid is like... the plot line is extremely similar to the original Metroid. Like, you go to Zebes, you battle bosses to open Turian, you go into Turian, you defeat the Metroids, and you defeat Mother Brain. Very similar. But that's never been a problem for me. Because, you know, there are always similarities, like, between, like, some games and other games like that. But anyway, the open worldness of Super Metroid, like, it kind of feels like an open world game in 2D format. That's always been a strength of it. And then just innovating some more on, like, the weapon systems and the different tricks you can pull off. And then it also had a feature where you could toggle different weapons here and there. And you know, so, like, Super Metroid, it's really cool. It is a cool game. However, there are two main reasons. Oh, and the whole thing with the conflict with, like, Ridley and the Infant Metroid, and then that twist at the end where the Infant Metroid comes and saves Samus from Mother Brain and then sacrifices itself in doing so. And then, you know, it's like really an epic battle between Samus and Mother Brain. That being said, one more note. I'm sorry. I keep flip-flopping. But, and I used to just hate, I used to, like, not like Super Metroid, like, not give it the time of day, for some reasons. But, there was this one song, or there are, like, a couple of songs I listened to. Both were, like, from, like, the Shine Spark or Harmony of a Hunter albums. One was Sam Dillard's Beyond the Glass, which was a cover of Meridia, which is, like, one of my absolute favorite musical, like, covers of, like, Metroid music. And it's really cool. It's like, has this, like, dark and foreboding and atmosphere, and, like, Sam Dillard is so good at what he does. And then the other was this song Te en Veniam, or in Veniam, which is a cover of Turian's music and Mother Brain's music, and it has, like, Latin lyrics, albeit they're very broken Latin lyrics. But the lyrics are telling a story of Samus addressing the Infant Metroids, like, I hear you, my daughter. It's like, you know, through the darkness, through the fire, you know, through the infinite armies, like basically, I will go through hell to find you. And, like, it just keeps building up. Like, it starts off, like, so, like, ominous and atmospheric, and then it just keeps building up. With and like, the guy singing does a fine enough job. Could have been a bit better, but, like, you know, it was still epic. And then, like, you know, once it, like, gets to that final part where it's like, you know, whatever, then it transitions into the Mother Brain boss theme, and it's just, like, it's so good. So basically, I credit those two bits of music for, like, coaxing me, if you will, into giving Super Metroid a chance. That being said, there are two main reasons that I keep it at Gamma tier and don't give it Zeta tier, as I said. And that's because... So the first is Samus is just really stiff in, like, as far as movement is concerned. Like, she just looks all scrunched up and everything. Like, they couldn't have just, like, made her stance just a little better, or just, like, and it's kind of it's a small thing, but honestly, it just, like, you know, like those little things that just add so much to it. Really, that's something for me. Just this little detail that, like, really ruins it visually for me is just Samus's pose the whole time. She's just very stiff, just very rigid, and I mean, even arguably the original Metroids, like with just those pixels, Samus's pose is better, just overall. But the second reason, and I think this is the bigger reason, is Samus's Zero Suit, if you can even call it that, is just a bikini, basically. But, from what I understand, when they were developing the game, for some gosh darn reason, they were like, they originally had her not even have that on. So every time you got a game over, you just, like, get flashed. And frankly, I've never been able to forgive the game for that one detail. So that is a big reason why it is in Gamma tier and no higher than that. Stiff stance because she has a stiff stance. Honestly, yes, that is part of it. Even though, like, musically speaking, it's great. Like, I mean, you know, it has a lot of good tracks, and they're like the building blocks for a lot of the music. But yeah, like, you know, which just as a side story, it's funny, when Kenji Yamamoto was doing music for the first Prime, originally he had some other style in mind, and they were like, no, that's not what we want at all, and it kind of hurt his feelings or whatever. And then he decided to do stuff from, like, Super Metroid, and they're like, that's it. And I was just kind of thinking, well, why wouldn't he just stick to that? And then I had to remind myself, oh, that was literally the only Metroid game he actually worked on before that. as far as music is concerned. So, you know. Anyway, so that's my take on Super Metroid. It is definitely, you know, it's one of those games that laid even a bigger foundation, like, even than the original Metroid. Like, it just took that idea and it, like, made it so much better. And then to the point that people use it as kind of a blueprint for what a Metroid game is supposed to be, and I do respect that. But I do also respect innovation. Like, not every game has to be like Super Metroid. Especially since Super Metroid itself was, especially since I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Super Metroid itself is like a remake of the original Metroid. And there's no shame in that, like I was saying, but yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that. Maybe she's canonically self-conscious. In what context? Anyway, next on the list, though, is Metroid Fusion. Now, this game, I will admit right off the bat, it might have some nostalgia bias. But you know what? It's going to be extremely difficult to find anybody who has like zero bias when it comes to these things. But anyway, Metroid Fusion was actually the very first Metroid game I played all the way through. In fact, it was my introduction to the 2D Metroid games. Like, when I was first introduced to Metroid, I thought they were just the 3D first-person shooter games, the Prime games. But then, thanks to a cousin of mine, who, like, introduced me to Metroid Fusion, like he had a DS, I learned about the 2D Metroid games, and I played it and whatnot, and honestly it was pretty scary, but I was just like, this is really fun, this is cool. And I'd also learned a bit about it because, like, I had researched Metroid and stuff, and I'd learned about these other games, so that's how I knew a whole lot of stuff. But that's funny. Okay, but I'm actually going to put Metroid Fusion as the first Omega tier game. I tend to tell people that when they're getting into Metroid, and some people agree with me on this, I tend to tell people that when they're starting Metroid games, Fusion is a good one to start with. And the reason for that is because of Adam telling you, okay, do this, now do this. And Adam is, like, there telling you where to go, just a lot of the time. And so where you're supposed to go is typically pretty easy. Combat-wise, it is more difficult than, say, Zero Mission, which is why some people disagree with me on that and say, no, Fusion is not a good game to start with because it's hard. For a 2D Metroid game, which, well, I think honestly that's part of why Super Metroid, going back, talking about Super Metroid, honestly the stiffness of it, not only did I look stiff, I felt stiff. Like, movement-wise, I kind of felt like it was hard to really do things, and, like, you had to press a separate button for dashing and whatnot, so it honestly, like I said, not only did you look stiff, you felt stiff. Yes, it is about as spooky as Metroid gets, and I would argue I still believe it is the scariest Metroid game. Some people will disagree with me on that. They'll say Dread is the scariest, like the Emmy were super scary, and yes, the Emmy were scary, and they did definitely give me an adrenaline rush, don't get me wrong. But they weren't that kind of scary, where I'm just I'm just thinking just thematically, like the SAX and the concept of the X itself are scarier than the Emmy ever could be. The Emmy are scary because they're an unstoppable force that you gotta avoid and stuff like that, but eventually you will be able to destroy them, and then you don't even have to worry about them for the rest of the game. Once you deal with the last one. And I do there are times I think the subtitles for Metroid Fusion and Metroid Dread should be flipped, because the SAX fills me more with dread. And the irony is that the SAX encounters are all scripted. But, and so you're playing through it multiple times, and you're like, okay, I know what, but part of it with Fusion is its soundtrack is so much better and so much more atmospheric and tense than Dread's is. That is one of the... I am getting ahead of myself, but that is one of the drawbacks for Dread, is that the soundtrack is not as catchy or memorable. And it is cool, it is atmospheric, and there are some tracks that I really like Barenia, for instance. I really love the track for Barenia. And Ravenbeak's boss fight music is also pretty cool. But, like, Fusion has some of the scariest tracks in Metroid, like the atmosphere or environmental disquiet. That's the name of the track, where it's like this, just these piercing strings are like. It's like it does that, and you're like I just gave myself chills doing that. Or you're just running around, and then you get to where Ceres is supposed to be, but then all you see is this big skeleton in the tank, and then that music starts playing again. Or you walk into this one room and that music plays again, and you're like, well, why is this music playing? And then, you take a few steps, and then you hear the ice beam, and then you hear the SAX, and you're like, and then, in that part, yeah. Let's see. But, and, Moore's finding stuff, yeah. And then, you're, firing a rocket at a wall, and then the SAH just looks right at you, you're like, I'm not doing that again. But yeah, it's it's pretty and then the build-up for the nightmare fight and everything, it's just, and then, the whole struggle with, Samus, and, you're working with Adam, and then there's this conspiracy in the background, and there's literary irony where there's something wrong going on, but Samus maybe doesn't know necessarily. But then, and then there's the confrontation with Adam at the end, and she's just where it's almost like the computer, before it realizes that it's Adam, it's like the computer is mocking Samus at some point or whatever, but or it's mocking her, but also still trying to understand, where it's just where she finally blows up at it, and it's and calls it Adam, and it goes Adam, who is Adam? And she's like, a friend of mine, and he goes, and what would this friend have you do now? It understands, okay, there is a reason you just called me Adam, and then it's just did this Adam care for you? Would he sit in a safe commanding chair and order you to die? And it deduces okay, this happened based on what you said, and it just goes, how foolish. And it's the first game where Samus actually says something, and it's just a great it's a great moment. But and for the last Metroid game in the timeline for 19 years, it was anyway, but yeah, there are a lot of reasons. Fusion has a lot of cool things going for it, and just the introduction of the X, and then realizing, oh, wait, the Metroids were actually here for a reason. And then after that, the comics were released and whatnot, and you realize, oh, the Metroids were created to combat the X, and it's got a lot of cool moments, and just a lot of cool scary moments, and it has a great boss roster as well. Yeah, basically. And let's see. Where was I? Oh yeah. But Fusion also has one of my absolute... Oh no. Spoilers. I swear that was by accident. Like, it has one of the best boss rosters, I think. Like, there's almost not a single boss fight that I don't look forward to. In Fusion, like, it has Ceres. Even Arachnus as a first boss, that's pretty cool. One of the only bosses I don't really like, just because the creature itself is largely uninteresting, is Zazabi, which is this tall, purple cycloptic thing, and whatnot. And you know, but the boss is really, like, you know, overall, like, you got Guido X, or also known as Yakuza, and then the SAX fight itself is pretty fun, albeit pretty simple. The Nightmare, like I mentioned, even Neo Ridley's pretty fun, and then there's that twist at the end where the SAX itself, like, actually combats the Omega Metroid, and then it, like, lets you absorb it. Like, it sacrifices itself so that you will kill the Metroid, because it's like, you know, enemy of my enemy is my friend, even though Samus herself is the ultimate enemy against the X. But, you know, but then again, nobody else can kill Metroids like she can, so it's like, you know, it's like this catch-22 for the SAX. It's like, okay, the Omega Metroid or Samus? Who do I let live? And you're like, so it's like this weird irony of, like, rock, paper, scissors. Is like, you know, you know, rock is stronger than scissors. Scissors is stronger than paper, but paper is stronger than rock. And so it's like, I'm gonna let you live. So anyway, that's kind of enough talk. For Fusion, I think. Next up is the original Metroid Prime. Now, yeah, I don't think it's not really confirmed that the X has a hive mind, but it seems implied that the X has a hive mind, or at least works as a hive, because it's like, okay, you are going to sacrifice yourself so that for the betterment of the species as a whole. But, you know, they're not like just creatures of instinct, though. They do have a lot of intelligence. Yeah. Because there have been multiple times where the X was like, okay, we're going to destroy the entire station if we can destroy Samus, or something like that, just so we have the ultimate predator against the X out of the way. But then there is also this weird question of, like, well, in that case, why let Samus live when we could have just, like, surely they would have known that the station was going to destroy itself going into SR388, and that would have destroyed the Omega Metroid and her. So it's kind of weird, you know, when you think about it, but what do we know? Or you know, it's kind of weird. It is one of those conundrums. But anyway, the first Metroid Prime, I'm gonna put at Zeta tier. So the first Prime will be at our first Zeta tier. And, well, okay. I will say maybe you could argue in that moment the SAX, because it absorbed the memories of Samus herself, it was like it just like went after, that was like why it went after the Omega Metroid. Anyway. Anyway, moving on. But anyway, so our first Zeta tier is going to be the first Metroid Prime. First Metroid Prime, I also have a bit of nostalgia with. Partly because it was one of two games that I was watching somebody play when I was first introduced to Metroid. The other being Echoes. And it has a lot of cool things going for it. Definitely. Absolutely. Like Fusion, it also has one of my absolute favorite boss rosters. In fact, it used to be my favorite boss roster, I think. The Parasite Queen, great first boss. Like, it's simple, it's big, it's scary, gives you fundamentals on like weaknesses and whatnot. And then Flagra, great boss. Thardus, great boss. Omega Pirate, hard, but a great boss still. Love the Metroid Prime fight. I will say and then Meta Ridley, also fun fight. And then, use the different weapons that you use. The Phazon. You do have the Phazon beam, when you're, defeating the second form of the Metroid Prime. But I mean, I meant, the Plasma Wave, them once again innovating on the classic weapons you collect in the 2D games, Wave Beam, Ice Beam, Plasma Beam, stuff like that. Them innovating on them, and then the Wave Beam, it has electrical properties, so you can power stuff with it. Or the Plasma Beam has... the Plasma Beam can burn stuff up specifically, or the ice beam, but then just kind of using Super Metroid's kind of hidden ability to toggle your weapons on and off, and then just turning it into you just swap weapons repeatedly, and then having the visor system, the thermal visor and the X-ray visor. And then the scan visor and stuff. Really cool. And I've played it, so many times at this point. I do have a few reasons, though, why, So I'm just looking at something. It could be, yeah. But I do have a few reasons why I do have a few reasons why it's not at the Omega tier. One of them being kind of like one of my problems with Super Metroid is just Samus's posing. And also the design of the power suit in the first Prime is definitely my least favorite when it comes to the Prime games. It looks clunky. The shoulder pads or the pauldrons are oversized. Like, it kind of has that really old, like some of those drawings of Samus where like they even go above her helmet, and I really don't like that design. I don't know if I hate it, but I just don't like it. Um, and also it's probably the least convincing looking of the Prime suits, as far as like, is there actually a woman in there? You know, it's definitely the least convincing, I would say. And also, the helmet just looks so flat. Like, it looks like it has very little personality. Like, it's just kind of just flat right here. And also, that, like I was saying, like I was talking about, just like small things, like they just really add so much. The little square thing that they add to the visor later in the Prime games adds a whole lot, I think. Like, I think it really... it's really an improved look. Now, why they did... I mean, it could just be an aesthetic choice. And then also just the design of the helmet, the shape of overall of the helmet just also improves greatly. So maybe that's just part of it as well. But the design of the helmet, I just... I don't like it. Or just the suit overall, it's just like... not that great. As far as Samus's suits throughout the game, that honestly is part of the reason why this game is not an Omega tier. Another reason it's not an Omega tier, I think, is the story overall. It's kind of basic. It's a little... like, honestly, I kind of... okay, I do like the story of the first Prime, and it is the basis for the next few games. But I kind of feel it needs a little more gravitas. Like, I just kind of feel like something is missing from the story overall. Like, I'm kind of more of a story guy when it comes to games a little bit, and I think that's also part of why Fusion is up there, because I really love the story. Prime kind of... it's hard to put my finger on it, but it feels like it's missing something that I think is improved by later games. But I don't know. Like I said, it's hard to put my finger on it, but those two things overall. I do really like the music. Like, the boss fight music is pretty cool in a lot of places. Like I said, like, it has a lot of great things going for it. It has one of my favorite boss rosters and whatnot. But like I said, just kind of feels like something is missing. So that and the suit design are why it's not an Omega tier. Oh, and the pirates. The pirates are my least favorite pirate design, I think, in the original Prime. They just look so hunched over, and like they feel stupid. Like they don't feel like a real threat a lot of the time. And whatnot, like, you know, you're just like you're just zapping them, and they just kind of like, you know, wave their arm, or you know, they just like they feel incompetent. And the pirates, sure, they do have some level of incompetency, but at the same time, these are the guys who are like the big threat to the Galactic Federation, and they kind of feel like a joke in the first Prime, as compared to like other Metroid games. That I think is greatly improved in other games. Anyway, just those things. Alright. Now, Zero Mission. I think I'm also going to put in Gamma tier. that's a lot of people's favorite game. Or like a lot of people really love Zero Mission, and it has a great soundtrack. No problems there. And it does have a unique segment where you're playing as they're all high on this new phase on stuff. Yeah, that's funny. Where was I? It does have like the cool segment where it is the remake of the original Metroid, and they really do add a whole bunch of stuff. Like there's the save stations now, and then you can they add like a few new bosses, and they have like some like anime cinematics, which are pretty cool. And like there is the part where you have like you're stealthing through the mothership, the pirate mothership, as Zero Suit Samus, and like it's the first game ever where you're actually playing as Samus without her power suit, and that's pretty cool. Like, they innovate that. That being said, it kind of the story overall, I kind of feel like it's kind of missing something as well. Kind of similar to my complaint with the first Prime. I think one of the cats might be trying to get in my room. Yep, it's the little one. Poor little baby. I think, honestly, one of my problems with Zero Mission is, and this is going to sound kind of weird, maybe, but one of my problems with Zero Mission is that it's too colorful. like it's way too colorful. For my liking, anyway, and that's kind of funny. Like, it kind of feels a little too comic booky or something. I don't know. It's maybe that's part of the problem. And also, it is a little. I mean, some people say that one complaint they have with it is that it's too easy, and maybe that's part of my complaint with it as well. That being said, I do definitely have a lot more fun with it than, like, say, the original Metroid, or even Super Metroid, kind of overall. I will say as well, I'm backtracking a bit. I'm now discussing a game I've already covered, but one of the things I do really love about Super Metroid, though, is its opening. Like, just you land on the planet and you have this really tense music, like with Crateria, and like it's just raining and you're just going around and like it's dark and you're like, where is everybody? And just like the music is so good, and then the pirates don't even emerge until the security system detects you, and then they show up. Really great opening. It's kind of like A New Hope, like in Star Wars, the original Star Wars. Like, a lot of it doesn't age well, or didn't age well. Even with like remakes, because it was remade a number of times, or at least like a lot of the graphics were remade and whatnot, but it still has one of the strongest openings, like with the Tanith 4 being chased by the just the Star Destroyer, and they're just battling each other, and like it just keeps going over the camera, and so immediately you're like, oh, that's the Rebels, this is the Empire, and then it was great because there was the whole like, people are like, oh, George didn't make up the thing with the Sith and stuff until the prequels. It's like, no, he had those ideas way back when. In fact, there's a deleted scene that mentions Sith, like referring to Vader as a Sith Lord. And Mark Hamill, the guy who played Luke, was talking about like when they're introducing Vader, He's like, why didn't you? He asked George, like, why didn't you have like a bunch, like it cutting away to a bunch of people being like, oh, that's like the Dark Lord of the Sith and like everything, you know? Why don't you have like exposition and stuff like that? And George Lucas's response was, you know, we'll have just a big old white background and a guy who's wearing just all black. He just comes in and we'll have some scary music. They'll get it, you know. They'll know he's the bad guy. And it's like, oh yeah, you know, it's just. A lot of things in New Hope don't really age that well, but like it has one of the strongest openings, and that's kind of like what Super Metroid is like. Metroid Prime has a lot of those features as well. Zero Mission, you know, but like, but anyway. So Zero Mission, like, it has like a lot of cool properties, like music-wise, and definitely improving on the original Metroid. Again, though, I kind of feel like it's missing something that just makes it not any higher on the scale, or on the tier list. Like, it just kind of feels bland overall, like, story-wise, kind of like the original Metroid. That's not what I meant. Not the original Metroid. The first Metroid Prime, like, story-wise, it feels like it's missing something. Not to say that I don't like the story at all. I do. But, anyway. Now, again, I will grant maybe part of this is nostalgia bias, but Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, it was one of the two games, like I said, that introduced me to Metroid, and also it's the first game that has Dark Samus. If you don't count the 100% ending in the first Prime that has like the claw coming out of the Phazon pool, or the remains of the Metroid Prime. But I've always been a big sucker for just like Echoes has two big tropes that I really like. One is like having an evil doppelganger, which Fusion also has, right? And the other is having light versus darkness. Partly because just as a Christian man, it's like, you know, it's like a picture of like actual light versus darkness, like Christ versus the devil and his angels. And I this is also part of why I love things like Lord of the Rings, where they have very vivid and unmistakable portrayal of what is good and what is evil. And so Echoes has traditionally, for a long time, been kind of like one of my two favorites. At one point, I was, you know, it was like actually in a contest between it and Corruption. I've changed my mind sometime since, but but the thing I think that made me realize that I love Echoes more than Corruption was just this question where I was like, okay, which do I like, or excuse me, which one do I want people to like more? And the answer was Echoes. I want, like, if people don't like Corruption, okay. But if people don't like Echoes, that's where I get even more, that's where I get, like, sad. So I was like, oh, you know, so I'm like, okay, yeah, I think that proves I love Echoes more. But yeah, it has, like, it's the first game with Dark Samus, and it has the light world and the dark world, just like interdimensional travel, which I always love that kind of thing as well. It has just the, like I was saying, the conflict of light versus darkness. The Ing are like cool and scary, like enemies, and Prime 2 has like a lot of unique aspects to it. Just in that regard, like it takes the first Prime, but then it's like, okay, well, what if we go somewhere else? We have like this other we expand on the idea of Metroid, but we go somewhere else with it. Like we come up with a different idea, and so which apparently they were going to have the Chozo in Prime 2, but Yoshio Sakamoto, kind of the godfather of Metroid, right? He was like, no, I don't want you to do that, because I want to create my own story that involves the Chozo. So, as this one producer put it, it's like, well, that's, so that's how you end up, instead of having the Chozo, you have these friendly, spindly Mothmen instead, in the Luminoth. And, I think it was a good call. Anyway, just because I really like what, I do like what Sakamoto did with the Chozo himself as well. But like, so the Luminoth are pretty cool. And also I really like moths as well. Like, it's just a little thing, but I do really like moths. I think they're very cute. They make me happy. And Prime 2 has this really cute detail where if you go into Morph Ball mode and there are those big moths around, they'll just all flutter around you. And it's just really cute. And, but yeah, and also it has the debut of, like, the Federation troopers. Like, you see the Federation Marines for the first time. And then, like, you have the Federation log, and so it explores the Federation a bit more as well. And I really appreciate that. And speaking of, like, great openings, like Prime 2 also has, like, I'm a big stickler on, like, a story. This is a bit of a side note, but it does kind of relate. It's like, I love all three of the Lord of the Rings movies, but if I had to choose which one was my favorite, I'm going with Fellowship of the Ring. And I have two, or I have, like, the reason is, when it comes to stories, I am a big, like, stickler. Like, it is very important to me how a movie or story begins and how it ends. So as, like, the Lord of the Rings as a whole, really love it. But individually, the Fellowship of the Ring, super awesome opening. And it does end on a cliffhanger, but it fills you with hope. Like, Two Towers, great opening, flashback of Gandalf confronting the Balrog, and then it expands on that, and it shows Gandalf actually dueling the Balrog, and you're like, oh my. And, like, it's really cool. And it also ends on a cliffhanger like Fellowship of the Ring, except instead of being filled with hope, you're being filled with dread. And you're like, oh great, well now I have to wait to watch the Return of the King. Because you realize, oh no, Gollum is leading them into a trap. Like, Gollum, like, there was the conflict between Smeagol and Gollum, and he, it seemed like Smeagol was free of Gollum for a bit, but then Gollum comes back, and then Gollum is stronger than ever and consumes Smeagol, and now the movie ends with him, like, clearly leading them into a trap. And you're like, uh-oh. And then Return of the King, although it ends, with, like, it ends very awesomely, Sauron is destroyed, the ring is destroyed, and like, it feels, it's just like, like it's all over, and this is great. Its opening is cool, but it pales in comparison to the first two movies. Like, you're learning about Gollum's backstory, and that's cool, but again, it pales in comparison to the openings of the first two movies. Anyway, I'm sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but Prime 2 has this great opening and a great ending, or it's like nice and bundled. I feel like it starts off like you just have like text that is like, okay, it tells you the mission, what you're doing. You're going to a rogue planet. This is like way out there, and you're like, and it has like this foreboding like music, and it like the game is telling you without you realizing it, you ain't ready what you're getting into. And then you have the Dark Troopers, like the troopers that come to life or they're undead because of the Ing. And then you're introduced to Dark Samus, and then the Ing. You see the Ing in the Dark World, and you're like, what the frick was that? And then it ends, like, for a while, like, okay, it has one of the best bosses as well. Like, I would say most people would say their favorite boss is Quadraxis, or at least a good number of people would say Quadraxis is their favorite fight, or favorite boss. And I would say that once upon a time, but I think I prefer the Emperor Ing over Quadraxis, honestly. And part of that is because Quadraxis, to me, is really cool in his first phase. Because you go in, and like you open the door and you see like his head. And then as you keep moving forward, you realize, oh, this guy is huge. And you go down the elevator and you're like, oh my gosh, this guy is a giant. And like, I think he's still the biggest. Well, as far as perspective is concerned, he's the biggest creature boss. Like, he's the biggest boss in all of Metroid. He's technically not the biggest creature in Metroid. That goes to the, what is it called? The Rockor Beetle in Federation Force. Like, if you're really to understand the scope of things, like, that thing is the hugest thing ever. But Quadraxis, like, to me, is like really cool in the first phase, but then once his head separates and whatnot, then it becomes like, it's kind of cool, like. But, like, when he's just in his quad form and everything, like really darn cool. And the music is really cool as well. The Emperor Ing fight, though, to me, just keeps getting better. Like, at first you're confronted with this massive, like, this ugly, tentacly thing, and then, like, it becomes the five-legged monstrosity, and, like, it's, like, moving around. It's like it's a fast boss, and then you're having to alternate between light and dark, or you're just using the Annihilator, and the music is really good there as well, and it feels very much like, okay, this is the ultimate evil thing that you're fighting. And then, like I was saying, like, the thing with the, like, developing the Federation, with the troopers, and then there's the pirates as well. It has some of the funniest pirate logs as well in that game. Just like, Metroid handling protocols are as follows. Like, Metroids are not pets. Metroids are not for target practice. And finally, the unauthorized feeding of Metroids is still strictly prohibited. Things like that. Or this one is like, science team believes Metroids can be trained. After several sessions with the the creatures. I think Science Team has vapor for brains. I've lost several assistants to the wretched things. It's just they're so like disgruntled, or there's the one log, because at first the pirates think that when they see Dark Samus, they think that it's Samus naturally at first, but then they realize, oh wait a minute, no, this is something else entirely, and they're like, as horrific as it may sound, there are two of them now. And it's like, this is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. It's pretty funny. This other guy, he's like the engineer who's like getting all their power for the wind turbine thingies, and they're like, he's like, these stupid trips to Dark Aether are like, they keep exhausting our supplies. Like, we'll see how they think about these expeditions when the air conditioning and toilets go offline. It's like basically what he says. It's like the space pirates are like either unintentionally or intentionally just the comic relief of the series, even though they're like kind of the worst things they're supposed to be anyway. But anyway, just Prime 2 has just a lot of cool things going for it, and then just like, just the light and the dark and like going in between. I will say the backtracking is not as great as the first Prime. Like, it does get a little annoying going in between the light and the dark world and stuff like that. Like, but it does still have like a lot of cool things going for it, and I would still put it at Omega tier, and put it like, I like it more than Fusion, definitely. And if I think of something else, I might mention it later on. But anyway, let's see. Next up is, I told you I was gonna rank literally all of them. Next is Metroid Prime Hunter's First Hunt, which is the demo of the first Metroid Prime. I'm just gonna put it at Alpha tier. I mean, it's nice. It's a short and sweet little game. Nothing too fancy. It's the demo of Prime Hunters, and it gives you the basics of what's to come, and it even has like actual Metroids, like basically in a DS game, which is pretty cool. But it's just the demo. Like, even it's not a full game, and it doesn't have that much going for it overall. So like, I can't put it any higher than Alpha. I just can't. I did even consider creating just another rank altogether just for this game, really. But I was like, yeah, I mean, honestly, would I say I prefer playing the first Metroid over First Hunt? It's like, I really don't know the answer to that. So, with that being the case, it's just going in the first, or it's just going in the Alpha tier. I do like the menu design with like, they had like these different like shots of Samus's suit, and they even had like little text like, okay, what's this for? What's the pauldron for? Or what's the visor for? And like all these things. And it was a cool teaser. Like, it was a game that a lot of people didn't even have to buy because it came with the DS, and like I think, if I recall correctly, the reason it was created in the first place was because people were saying, you can't make a Metroid game, or excuse me, you can't make a handheld console with two screens. Like, are you crazy? Like, you can't do that. It's like, it can't be done. Like, this is not going to go anywhere. And then they're like, oh yeah? So First Hunt, the reason it like, or it was either that or they're like, you can't do like a Metroid game with like, 2 screens or something like that. And it was one of the two. But, so they do First Hunt to show, no, actually you can. You can actually do that and succeed. And so, it's like, yeah, we're going to prove you wrong. And also it has like the green Samus at the end, which is pretty cool. Like really green Green Samus has like not actually been canon for like a good while, but then First Hunt comes around and they're like, well, what if like the end of the campaign for First Hunt is you actually fight another one of yourself and it's a Green Samus, and it's like, okay, so Prime 2's multiplayer where you have a Green Samus is like, oh, well, there's actually that in this game. And then in Super Smash Brothers, you have the skin for Green Samus that's not actually canon or not in any actual game until, there's like Prime 2 multiplayer, and then there's First Hunt. And then later on in Dread, there is a green suit, like actually canon. Like First Hunt, I don't really think is technically canon. Although you could fit it in the timeline, being like, this is Samus's personal training program or something she does herself. And whatnot. But yeah. Well, the Game Boy is an exception to that. Because Fusion and Zero Mission were both on the Game Boy. The Game Boy Advanced, anyway. If you want to just go Game Boy in general, well, Metroid 2 was also on that. The Nintendo 64 was one of those consoles where Metroid was kind of in exile. And it's sad because, they were going to make a Metroid game, Metroid 64, which I hope Nintendo hasn't shot that one down, but there is a fan project for the Nintendo, for, like, basically creating a Nintendo 64 Metroid game. Which, if that's still being made and, it's a full game, I'd love to play it. But, yeah. But anyway, like, GBA, like, both Zero Mission and Fusion were GBA. Game Boy, though, yeah, Metroid 2, that was Game Boy, not Game Boy Advance. Anyway, yeah, that's, Prime Hunters, First Hunt. Now there's Prime Pinball. One of the really weird Metroid spin-offs. But honestly, it's fun. But that being said, I am still going to give it an alpha tier. Just because it also kind of doesn't feel like a full game, even though it is a full game. It's a high score game. Like you have to get this many points or this many artifacts to get to the next area, and also with pinball, it's like pinball is sometimes it's just out of your control. Like there's nothing you can do about it. Like the ball is just going straight in the hole. Like you can't do anything about it. Now there are things you can do to get more lives, as it were, and it is a cool adaptation of the first Prime. And I do love the one like this guy who was explaining the whole timeline. He was like trying to figure out, okay, how do I put this in the timeline? And his headcanon was like Samus is having a nightmare after the first game where she's just reliving her time in the first Prime, but she's trapped in like morph ball mode pretty much the entire time. But like it's fun and it has some cool music. Like it has a cover of Brinstar from the first game, like the da 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 da, and it's a pretty cool cover, and has a lot of cool things going for it. And as far as a pinball game is concerned, like that and Space Cadet, like those are like cool pinball games. But like I said, it's a high score game, and I'm not much for high score games or anything like that. Like, and like I said, as pinball, like there's only so much you can do, really. And unless you like, some people like have gotten really good at it. And it's also a game I haven't beaten because of the nature of the game. But, it does have a lot of cool things, like, okay, you create a force field, or now you have multi-ball, and, like, there's, like, you spawn Metroids, and, you get a jackpot, and, like, it has a lot, like I said, it has a lot of cool things going for it, but, just the nature of the game. Putting it in alpha tier. And also, weird spin-off. Even though I would not be that opposed to I would honestly not be that opposed to another weird spin-off on Metroid like this that uses like the morph ball. Like one in particular that I think would be cool is like Metroid Bowling, where it's like you got Samus and it could use like the like the Shine Spark or the speed booster rather, you're just running down the lane and then you just go into morph ball mode, or you Shine Spark, or just going through the pins. I think they could make it really cool, honestly. So honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to another weird sports spin-off with Metroid. I really wouldn't. Even to the point that there was that joke trailer that Nintendo released before the first actual official trailer for Prime 4. They released that joke trailer. And when you're just looking at it, you're like the rendering and stuff, you're like, what is this? And it had Other M Samus, except it didn't look quite polished. And then she just her all of a sudden out of her arm cannon there's a golf club, and then she just starts hitting golf balls in this half-baked 3D environment, and then it says Metroid Prime 4. It's like, Nintendo, you a-holes. But honestly, I was just I wouldn't be mad though if they added that as a bonus thing you could do as far as the game was concerned. Just extras in the extras section. It would have been so silly. But anyway. So, yeah, anyway. That's pretty much all I got to say for Pinball. Prime Hunters now. This might surprise a lot of people and make a lot of people mad. Maybe. But I'm actually gonna give it a Zeta tier. And honestly, okay, like I said, one of the things I prefer in a Metroid story in a Metroid game is its story. And I think one of the things is that I have a problem I have with the first Prime is that I feel like it needs it feels more like I'm battling monsters than actual villains. And I think that might be part of it, even though Ridley himself is a villain. But all the same, it does feel more like I'm fighting a villain. If you didn't have any context at all for what Ridley did or anything like that, you just went into the first Prime and whatnot. He would just be more of just a big old cybernetic dragon. And that's it. he's nothing really more than just this hostile monster, and whatnot. Like, if you had no context for Ridley whatsoever going in, that's just kind of what you would see him as, I feel like. But... And then the Metroid Prime, kind of same story. Like, it feels more like just a big old monster than anything else. Like, not an actual evil villain. Prime Hunters, though, and kind of a problem people have with Prime Hunters is that it's very similar to the first Prime. But again, like I said, if that's their qualm, well, why don't you still hold that standard for, like, Super Metroid as opposed to the first game? Or Zero Mission, for that matter. You know, things of that nature. Now, of course, somebody might be like, well, you know, that's just because Super Metroid just did it much better than the original Metroid did, and you can't say the same thing with Prime Hunters versus the first Metroid Prime. It's like, I mean, fair, I guess, but at the same time, Gorea, I think, is a very underrated villain. And is actually a villain. Like, you just, like, you look at this thing and you're like, you know, like, Prime Hunters also has this atmosphere about it, where it's just like, okay, you're like, it has a lot of moments where you're just kind of being filled with dread over, like, you know, especially when you're reading, like, all the lore and whatnot, and you're like, oh, there's this thing that like, you know, that's actually evil, and it killed everybody, and you're like, and then it got imprisoned, and you're like, wait, should I actually be doing this, and whatnot, and also it has a really cool premise, which is like, it starts off like, it's super ominous. It's like, the secret ultimate power lies in the Limbic cluster. It's like, this repeating telepathic thread has been, you know, intercepted and spread or whatever, and, you know, and you're just like, okay, look, this mission must remain covert, and, like, you know, this, like, everybody's definitely going to be drawn to it. As, like, you know, if you can secure it, then, you know, make sure it doesn't fall in the wrong hands. If it cannot be secured, then destroy it, you know, and stuff like that. And it also has, like, one of, like, people don't give Prime Hunters enough credit for something in particular, which is that something Metroid is known for is its isolation factor. Like, just feeling like you're alone against all, or you're alone by yourself fighting the whole world, right? And, like, everything's trying to kill you, and it's just you. Well, or just, like, feeling, you know, isolated and everything like that. Like, Prime Hunters, like, it takes you way out there. Like, we're not even in the same galaxy anymore. We're somewhere way out there. And we're around people we don't know. We're around, like, planets and things, like, we don't really know. And the thing is, most of the life you encounter is, like, it's not even, most of the life you encounter is not even from that area, really. Like, they're from Talon 4, they're from Aether, they're from Zevis. But most of the enemies you fight aren't even alive. They're like robots. So it's like, even the life here isn't even from here, or even the things that are alive, most of them aren't even from here, and then most of the enemies you find aren't even alive. So it just keeps, it even adds even more that just sense of, like, deadness and isolation. Like, and then there are so many moments where you're just entering a room and there's nothing. absolutely nothing just in there. Like there are no creatures, not even any robots, or anything. There's just this emptiness and this stillness. And now I will say another thing that Metroid games are known for that people really love are the bosses. And Prime Hunters, that is definitely not its strong suit. I will grant that. And that is part of why it's in the Zeta tier and not in Omega tier. Fighting the Credifids and the Slinches kind of gets a little old. Now, finding the artifacts, I don't think is really that tedious. As some people say. But also, I kind of feel like the lack of really interesting bosses, I feel like is kind of made up for with the Hunters. And also just, like I said with the story, Prime Hunters has some of the most world building compacted into a single Metroid game. Like, you're introduced to the Kraken Empire, you're introduced to the Vozon, and then you have all these, and then the Diamonds, and you have even more conspiracy with like the Sinister Laboratory and Candon, and then you're introduced to Sylux, who wears stolen Federation stuff, and you don't know what he is, you just know he hates the Federation. And then Weevil and Trace, and lots of really cool world building. And then the fact that you're running into them kind of randomly throughout the game. Like there are scripted encounters, and then after you've already fought them, then they can just kind of randomly spawn in specific areas throughout the game. And that's pretty darn cool, honestly. And also the way the music is designed to where they can layer on top of each other, because there is the chance that you can run into more than one at a time, even 3 at a time. And that's really cool. And also just the weapons, like I mentioned, like with Echoes, I'm a sucker for like an evil doppelganger trope, and then I'm a sucker for like light versus darkness. Another thing I'm a sucker for are what I call color-coded superpowers. Like, say, the Green Lantern universe, like the different power rings, and like red is rage, orange is envy and avarice, and yellow is fear, green is the will, etc., etc. Which, as a side note, there's a bit of a tangent. It'll be quick though, I promise. For a long time though, I was like, why the heck is the color for fear yellow? How does that make sense? And then, thanks to playing games like Dust, A Tale of the Wild West, which is a western, there was the use of the slang term yellow. Like, you call somebody yellow. Which means, like, you're calling them a coward. Or they're cowardly or fearful. I'm like, oh, that's why. Okay, so, But anyway, or Bionicle. You have the different colored Bionicles with the different powers, like green is air, red is fire, or, The Last Airbender, or, the different colored lightsabers and what they mean. I could keep going on. Or Pokemon, for that matter. But Prime Hunters, it has the biggest, like, arsenal as far as, like, different weapons and what they do, and, like, the symbols are pretty cool, and the behavior of the weapons, like, you have arcing weapons, and, like, there's a grenade launcher one, there's a sniper one, there's, like, a kind of like Sith lightning one. It has a lot of cool things going for, or like the Judicator, the shots of bounce. Now, something that I really wish was the case, though, was that something that I really wish was the case, though, was that in the campaign version, all of the affinity attributes of every weapon, like Samus could still, like there are a couple things I really wish were different in the campaign mode, and part of why it's Zeta tier and not Omega. One is that I wish that how the weapons behave when they are your affinity weapon in multiplayer mode, that's how they worked in the campaign mode. Like, the Judicator actually could freeze people, or freeze things. The Magmal could actually set things on fire. The Imperialist actually allowed you to become invisible, or the Shock Coil actually lets you heal yourself. Like, that would have added so much to it. Additionally, something else that I wish was different was that, like, one of the features that I love about Prime Hunters is that it puts hunters into, like, bounty hunter into, like, Samus' profession. It emphasizes it a bit more. In that there is the feature where, you know, like I said, there's the random encounters with the hunters, but if they kill you, or defeat you rather, and you have an Octolith, then they can steal the Octolith, and then you have to hunt them down. You have to figure out where they are, and then you have to defeat them in battle and get it back. And I really love that feature. My problem, though, is that the hunters are too easy, or they're just a little too easy. So I wish there was more of the threat of them actually doing that, and it not being something that you just hypothetically could happen to you, unless you're just super bad at the game, and then that just keeps happening to you. But anyway, yeah, those are things I really love about the game. And like I said, I feel like it has a stronger villain than the first Prime. Like, I remember I put in like a Discord where I was like, I personally love the story of Prime Hunters more than the first Prime, and somebody responds to me with the GIF of from Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade, where Sean Connery slaps Harrison Ford when he says he swears like the name of Jesus, and Sean Connery slaps Indiana Jones and goes, "That was for blasphemy." So like somebody responded like when I was like, I think I like the story of Hunters more than the first Prime, and they just like, that was for, it's like, slap, that was for blasphemy. Because, you know, the first Prime and Super Metroid, they're both typically used, they're both typically regarded as the holy grails of Metroid, so it's like, speaking of the holy grail, right? But, you know, I'm not the most conventional. But anyway, and then, of course, there's the multiplayer aspect of Prime Hunters. Like, a lot of people will say the multiplayer aspect is the strongest aspect of the game, and I more or less agree. It is fun, and I wish Nintendo would do a remake of this game and put it on their systems, their online, like their servers again. And I think it would be really cool. And then also, just like I said, just the world building aspect of Hunters. It just has so much. And that's just something I really love about it. And like Fusion, it has a lot of tracks that are, like, honestly scary. Like, Celestial Archives 2 is, like, really spooky. And, again, just, like, when you keep reading, like, the different data shades and being like it just fills you more with dread for, like, Gorea. Even though the fight with Gorea is kind of largely uninteresting. But the build-up to Gorea is what makes it really cool. And then you're learning about the Oubliette, and you're like, oh, this is where Gorea is imprisoned. And then you put all the Octoliths back, the rift is opened, and it's the Oubliette. And you're like, oh. And yeah, that is true. And honestly, for a DS game, it is still impressive. Like, and I think that is like again, yeah, a glorified singing Christmas card. Yeah, for what it was doing, like it honestly, like there are a number of times where Nintendo was making a game, and people are like, okay, the hardware is not built for this. Did I say Celestial Archives 2? That's not what I meant. Because the music that is playing currently is Celestial Archives 2. I meant Vesper Defense Outpost 2. That's what I meant. The music for that section is very spooky. And then it has... but also with... Okay, yeah, the multiplayer aspect, really cool. And you know, yeah, for a DS game, it is pretty impressive. And like I said, like Nintendo has this tendency, like this magic about them, where they're like, the hardware is not built for this, but we're gonna do it anyway, and then it actually works. Like people, like with Prime 4, for instance, they're like, there's no way this is gonna run really well on the Switch. It ran really well on the Switch, like, you know. But you know, and things like that, and also with like the GameCube or the Wii and stuff like that, like, you know, really really cool. Like, but you know, they had to sacrifice a thing here or there, but you know, pretty cool, pretty dang cool. And then yeah, I'm just nerding out just about Prime Hunters. But you know, and a lot of people were complaining about the control scheme. That is another huge problem people have with Prime Hunters. Because like, oh, my hand just hurts or whatever, and I genuinely didn't really have a problem with that. You know, maybe I'm just special in that area. But you know, when people are like, I don't know, coming back at me, it's like, well, the only reason you like it is because you play on an emulator and you didn't have to deal with the pain of actually doing it on your DS. It's like, yes, I did. I played it on the DS, just like everybody else. But, you know, it might have some nostalgia bias as well, because like Fusion was the first 2D Metroid game that I played all the way through. And then Prime Hunters was the first Prime game I played all the way through. And you know, I did like multiplayer matches with my brother Jack, and we had a grand old time, and you know, just it had this magic about it. And also, I went into Prime Hunters knowing the story overall, but not realizing that it was actually cooler than I was thinking it was going to be. And so I think that also really helped as well, for my opinion. There was something I was thinking about earlier with Prime Hunters. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, yeah. It does have weaknesses, sure. But it has a lot of cool things going for it as well. And I think it has one of the most underrated... Like, not only an underrated villain, but also an underrated soundtrack. I think. But anyway... and also just underrated story, really. Anyway, moving on. Next up is, we're more than halfway done, but still got a ways to go. Next up is the third Prime, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Putting it at Zeta tier. I do love the story overall, and I do love the conflict Samus has with her own like internal phase-on, and it does create this like scary aspect, and it has a lot of cool music tracks and a lot of cool bosses. Like I love all of the Hunter bosses. Gore is my least favorite, I would say, among the three Hunter bosses, even though the build-up to his fight is pretty darn cool. And also the voice actor is pretty cool, it does a pretty good job. Rundus, he is easy, but you can battle him without using hyper mode at all, and it's a lot more satisfying. There is this meme I made like some time ago where I just adapted the exchange Inigo has with Vizzini, where he's like, I'm gonna duel him left-handed, but it was like, I'm gonna duel him without hyper mode. It's like, what a hurry we're in. Well, it's the only way I can be satisfied if I just use hyper mode over too quickly. It's like, so, and Gandreda is also one of my favorite bosses in the game. And like I said, like the story overall, I really like, just with like Dark Samus, like they develop that further. And then like she becomes like this super big threat just because she kind of becomes the be all end all. Of Phazon itself. Silex, was that in reference to like what I was saying about like I was trying to remember something about Prime Hunters? Well, I will say further about Prime Hunters is that it like I was saying, it has so much like world building, and I think as a result of that, it has so much like gold you can just dig for, like lore wise. Like as far as all the theory videos I've done on the channel, definitely by a long shot, most of them are based on Prime Hunters. If not, well, I was about to say, like, I was gonna say if not all of them, and then I was gonna say, well, actually, I think all of them are based on Hunters. But I was like, wait, no, there is the Phantoon theory. That one is not. But it really does just have so much lore and like lore potential and like things you can dig for. And but anyway, Prime 3 also, like, you just feel really appreciated, and like I like some people don't like a reason some people don't like Prime 3 is because of the involvement with the Federation. And like, because like, well, you're betraying the isolation factor and all that. It's just like, well, that's still like, I really do like them still developing the Federation more, because in other games you're like, okay, you just work for the Federation, but you don't really know what they are or how they do, but then corruption is like, what if we develop that more, and also what's his name, Brian Walker, he was one of the retro producers, or he was like, I think in charge of development or whatever, and he had actually been in the army. And so when it came to like, setting, like them designing like the camp and whatnot, like base camp for the Marines in Prime 2, like he was like, okay, they would probably have this here and that, he helped out with like him designing that, and he also, like he said, like I like to give myself credit, I'm the reason that we actually developed the Federation, like got into them a bit more, like got them involved. And so it's like, kudos to you. I appreciate that, because I care about lore and world building, and also, like I said, like you just feel really appreciated when you're like going through Prime 3. You run into Marines, or this guy or this one character's like, aren't you Samus Aran? It's an honor to meet you, or things like that. And then Admiral Dane, you're just like, you're talking to him, and or rather, he's briefing you and the other hunters, and and then like when they all go to their ships, like he just passes by you and he just looks at you and just gives you a nod, and just like, because he's like, yeah, like, I don't have to tell, you got it, you got this. And then like later, he shows up during the invasion of the pirate homeworld, and is like, outstanding work, Samus, like I don't say this often, but I sure am impressed. And it's like, you are the only one who can destroy the seed. we'll help you along the way. But once you get there, it's up to you to finish the job. We're right behind you, Samus. Do some damage. And then later, once they control the Leviathan, it's just like, look forward to working fighting alongside with you again, Samus. Godspeed. And that's like, that's the only time the word, anybody's ever says like Godspeed in Metroid 2. But so that, and also just speaking of which, like, and at the end when they're all escaping, he's just like, we've. This is a casualty report, and he's just like, what about Samus? Where she is? And it's like, negative, sir, no contact. And it really nicely bundles the Phazon story. It ends it really nicely. And also it has like just the scale of it. Like, okay, we're going to finally once and for all deal with Phazon, and we're going to the source. And it's like this huge scale conflict between the Federation and the Space Pirates. Like, you always hear about the war between the Federation and the Space Pirates throughout, like, the different games or the comics, but you don't really see that much. But then Prime 3 comes along, and you have like this big ol' scale, like, between them, and like it has like some of the coolest cinematics with that, as far as like Metroid cinematics are concerned. But like, not to say they like suck or anything, but it's just like, and then the pirate logs are like just as funny as ever, but then they become like, they're like Dark Samus, like you see just her effect on them. And also just, like, Samus's development, like, emotionally. Like, she doesn't say a word, but you can still tell very much that she is very angry and sad with, like, the hunters and them falling to Dark Samus, and, like, Dark Samus, like, basically taking their souls. And, like, after Gore's fight, she just, like, clenches her fists, and then when Gandrea is defeated, like, and like the thing is, each of their deaths they're very tragic, and like Rundus, like, still the way I view it, there is some debate on it, but like Rundus, like, he has like, he has like the strongest will out of all of them. And seemingly that is why Dark Samus had to, like, personally possess him. Or something like that. And then, kind of the way I see it is that he kills himself, like, because there is the debate, okay, did he kill himself, or did Dark Samus do that? And kind of the way I see it is that it was him. Like, he was finally conscious enough, or gained enough control to be like, no, I'm not going to be your pawn anymore. And he just offs himself. And so, and also just Rundus is a cool character. And he's just, some of the funniest, just the best lines, like, hey, relax, we're the good guys, justice will prevail and all that stuff, right, Samus? Whereas he's just like, oh, he's funny. Between the two of us, this should be a breeze. And he's also just helpful, he's like, it's like, Samus, I took care of Generator B. If you need my help, here they come again. Or, so, he's just a helpful guy, It's just like, even though he's just, he's full of himself, yeah, but he's still helpful, It's fun. And he's cool, He's a badass, so. And then Gore is like the nice guy who, like, he's like the compassionate war veteran who gets in those PTSD episodes, like, because when he merges with his suit, he just, like, he has a different persona. He's all of a sudden violent and aggressive. Excuse me. And so it's like when he's corrupted, now he's just like permanently in that mode. And whatnot. So arguably his loss is really the saddest. But then there's Gandreda, who's like, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm cool and I know it. Gandreda, even though in my view Gandreda is the least likable, because like they really push like kind of to the point where it's redundant. But like I mentioned, like in Hebrew grammar, when something is redundant, it's done on purpose for emphasis. So in like the Federation bio on Runnis, they mention that he's arrogant, proud, and cocky. And you're like, okay, what's the difference? But they like kind of present him as like he's like, you know, unlikable. Like when I think of proud, arrogant, and cocky, I think of like Gaston or something. But Runnis isn't. Sure, he's cocky, but he's still likable. You know, everybody loves Runnis. Even people who don't like Prime 3, they like Runnis. But Gandreda, I feel, is more of that kind of proud that you don't like, because she's the one who's actually in competition with Samus. And also she views bounty hunting as a bit of a sport. And she's not, like, it mentions that she's not, like, they can't tell how old she is, but she's, like, very youthful. So she's kind of like a kid. And, like, she's kind of like one of those characters in, like, sci-fi or fantasy where it's just basically a little boy who has ultimate power, or just a little girl who has just, like, who's all-powerful or something like that. Like Trelane from Star Trek or something. But, so, you know, that's why it's like everything's like a game to her, basically. And I think that's part of why, like, I think part of, like, she may be very old, but because of her electrical, like, nature, like, she's an electrical metamorph, like, she shapeshifts into things, so it's, like, kind of like every time she does that, it's kind of like it just, like, rejuvenates her, so that's why she's, like, always useful or something. At least that's kind of how I think of it, or how I view it. So it's just like, and with that youthful mindset, she just thinks of herself as being invincible. So that is part of why even her death is arguably the saddest one. And I would say is also the darkest one. Because she gets to that point where she is defeated and she suddenly realizes she's not invincible. Like, she's miscalculated. She's been blind. She realizes, oh, I'm not. I'm not all-powerful. I'm not invincible. And then it's like in her final moments, she is conscious. Kind of like what I was saying with Runnis. I think Runnis was conscious in his final moments, and he kills himself. His battle theme is also so darn good. But Gandreda, I think Gandreda was also fully conscious in her final moments. And it's like, it is up for interpretation or debate, but like, the last form she shifts into, like, she changed into Samus before, but it wasn't PED suit Samus. It was like just regular Varia suit Samus that she changes herself into. But then, in like a super haunting thing, like just it's really haunting. Like, the last form she changes into right before she dies is Samus in her PED's form, and she's reaching for Samus, like, save me. But it's kind of like this subliminal thing where it's like she's actually not just asking Samus to save her, but she's also telling Samus, save yourself. Because she's like, I made a deal with the devil, and you don't want to be a part of this. Like, you're also corrupted with Phazon, you do not want to go all the way, so save yourself, Samus. So it's kind of like that's kind of how I view it. Like, her final moments, and then, like, Samus just, like, she can't even look. She turns away and closes her eyes and clenches her fists. Like, it's just too... So, it's a great end to all the Hunter, like, conflicts and stuff like that, and it just has a lot of, like, depth. Like, Corruption's story has a lot of depth as far as, like, the battle within, and just, power corrupts absolutely, or absolute power corrupts absolutely, and stuff like that, and then you finally get to... And the final Dark Samus duel, or the Dark Samus duel in that game is my favorite. Dark Samus duel. Yeah, that was an interpretation I wanted to do, like, in a video, but I never got around to it. I might do it in a video, but we'll see. But yeah, the duel with Dark Samus at the end is my favorite Dark Samus duel, and, like, especially on hyper mode difficulty, like, it's so good. And then also, like, Samus herself, like, she develops so much as a character in that moment. Like, it really shows her heroism, because even when she's like, okay, I'm gonna die, basically, like, she lands on Phase, and she's become so corrupted to the point that she's gonna die, basically. She keeps going on, she keeps, like, fighting the good fight, as it were. And speaking of which, because that's a Bible verse, it is kind of worth noting that although it's the Federation symbol, basically, on her chest, it also resembles a cross. So it's like she's kind of a holy warrior in that sense, like, fighting evil, like, So, that's pretty darn cool. And also just, like, although Phazon is, like, it's this evil thing, and it, like, corrupts, and it's still, like, it is still fun to use it. It's kind of like the trailer for Prime 3, it's like she can feel it changing her. It's becoming a part of her, corrupting her. But the thing that frightens her the most is she likes it, That being said, let me develop that a bit further, though. So I kind of have viewed the Prime trilogy as kind of Samus's redemption story, where she solidifies herself. She solidifies as a character that's going to fight for evil and not go after her own personal gain. Because, like, in Zero Mission, or the comics, like the comic, or the manga, excuse me, of, like, it shows the events of Zero Mission. Like, she just, like, says to Ridley, I'll see you in hell. Like, she's just still full of, like, rage and hatred towards him, which, understandable, of course. But, you're gonna lose yourself to that sort of thing, right? And, she still has, like, her link with the Chozo that are, like, holding her, like, keeping her sane and balanced and stuff like that. But, still, there is still that, like, rage and, like, kind of, like, determination, like, to hunt down Ridley to, like, all the way to hell or something in the first Prime. And whatnot. And kind of the way I view it, like the way I view it is like Dark Samus is not actually just kind of figuratively Samus's dark side. Like she actually is Samus's dark side. So it's like when she's separated from the Phazon suit, it's kind of like an exorcism, basically. And then she is separated from her dark side, or at least like an aspect of it, and then she's put into the situation with Prime 2, where she is presented a choice. Okay, are you going to fight for the light or not? Or are you going to fight for the dark? Like, you have to pick. You have to choose which one you're going to do. And there have been, like, guesses, or, like, speculation, like, because, like, the main theme of Prime 2 has, like, this, It sounds like it has words, like kind of these weird, like ugly, there's like words or whatever, and it kind of sounds like they're saying, "Join us, Samus," and people have thought, "Oh, that's the Ing." And also, this is something I meant to bring up earlier, like, as far as like the end of Prime 2, like a strong opening and a strong end. Like, it has a really cool just end with the destruction of Dark Aether and like Dark Samus, and like Dark Samus like trying to get the light from Samus, like, and whatnot, and just like Samus just standing there just like paralyzed with fear, and whatnot. And then just like the salutes of the Luminoth at the end, and Samus just waving her hand, just like, yeah, just a good old pat on the back. It's like, yeah, we just did that. And then the opening credits roll, and the music is not like very celebratory or anything. It's like kind of, it's still dark and scary, because it's just kind of, it gives you that feeling of like, okay, we won, but what the hell was that? It's like, and then it just and just, you know, also teases at the end, kind of like, and it ain't over. There's still more to come. But anyway, so there's Prime 2, and then Prime 3 is where it really solidifies, where she's just like, okay, like, even, like, the darkness is trying to come back in with Dark Samus's mark of corruption. Like, she was separated from it before, and now it's trying to come back and reclaim her, and then become the dominant force. It's like, whether she wants it or not, but she still conquers it. She still, like, even when it seems like there's no hope left, she still battles through it, and she ends up victorious and destroys Dark Samus, and it's just really cool. And there are a number of, like, things, you know, and, you know, it really, like makes, like I said, I love a good villain, and Dark Samus is, like, very satanic in that sense, just, like, trying to corrupt you and take you, and, you know, the good old classic, like, deal with the devil and that sort of thing, like, trope. That being said, there are a few things why it's not an Omega tier. And that's just the boss roster overall is not my favorite. There are a number of music tracks as well that are just not that great. And also just visually, the colors, like, there's just so much, like, beige and browns and just reds and just like, ugh, like, can we have a little more balance? Like, you're going around on the Pirate Homeworld and it's just so red everywhere. And or, you know, Skytown or Brio, it's just so beige and brown, and just like, yeah. Can we just, you know, like the it's kind of like one of my reasons, my genuine reasons why I prefer the first Godfather over the second one. Like, a lot of people say they really love the second one over the first one, but the second one has just, like, the colors, ugh. There's just so much yellow and beige and brown and sepia, and just like, I don't like it. But, so that is part of the reason why Prime 3 is not up there. Another reason, like I said, the bosses are kind of disinteresting most of the time. Like Like, I love Rundus, I like Gore, I love Gandreda, I love Omega Ridley, and I love the Dark Samus fight. Berserker lore is okay. But then, kind of everybody else is like, eh. I mean, I like the how the Moganar works is fun. But honestly, the boss fight music for the Moganar completely ruins the fight for me. If the boss fight music was different, that would really change things. Like, you know, there are those videos of like how music changes a scene and like it's so much better all of a sudden because you just had different music. And then Helios has like a lot of cool aspects to it. And I like how they took the aspects, like what they were going for with Helios, and then they like reused a lot of those things for like a mini boss in like Prime 4. And like Helios, like it's a cool concept, but somehow with the execution, it just, I think part of it is the music again. I think that's part of it. And I don't know, there's just like, there are a lot of points where you're just like, feels like something's missing. That said, the Valhalla, that level is like pretty darn cool and it's like pretty spooky, and then there's like the message from Aurora 313 where it's like, you know, it's like it's telling, they stole an Aurora unit and it's like sovereign moon power, or you know, like implants into sentient planet that is the source of all phase-on darkness coming. And then just that ends, and you're like, oh boy. Yeah, sorry, this is going on a bit like longer than I thought it was going to. I have my own phone plugged in. But you can catch it on the replay if you need to. And also, like, I didn't mean to start this late as well, but that's just how it ended. But but musically as well, like, it kind of like how they're like a handful of bosses I really like. There are a handful of tracks from Prime 3 that I really like. The Metroid part in Skytown, that's really cool. And then I like the music and design of Skytown, but yeah, it's just kind of... And there are a lot of cool moments like the Spire Pod and, you know, things like that. But, like, you know, the bosses are generally... And like I said, it kind of feels like something is missing with a lot of things, and you know, but anyway, I think that's basically it. Like, I mean, that's kind of just, but you know, like I said, I do love the development of like the Federation, and you know how appreciated you feel, and the Aurora units. And you know, and all that, and it's pretty darn cool. But anyway, yeah, there are things though that make it not Omega tier. Let's go to Metroid Prime Trilogy. I'm just gonna put also at Zeta tier. There's not really much to be said with that, other than it improves the controls, I think, for the first two games. I do love the motion controls. A lot of people don't like them. But, you know, and then it cleans up some of the lore, so it's all nice and compact, and I do really like that. I do wish the music... Or I do wish they kept the openings, though, of each of the individual games, because the opening of Prime 3 it's so cool. The music is great. But then that gets taken away in the Trilogy version. Oh, and something else I do want to say about Prime 3. A lot of people get annoyed by all of like the things in Prime 3 that remind you that it's a Wii game. Like, oh, pull this, or like lift up your Wii remote like this, or, you know, twist it here, or pump it here, or, you know, things like that. And I'm just like, But that's what makes it so immersive. Like, that's one of the reasons I love Prime 3 is just the combat and, like, you know, the interactiveness. Like, it's more immersive that way. And then, like, it introduces the grapple with the nunchuck. I mean, it turns the grapple beam into basically a weapon, and, like, developing that further, I thought that was really cool. Oh yeah, there are things as well, like, I wish you could do, like the bombing runs with the ship. I wish you could do that in so many more areas. Like, it just has a lot of things, and to be fair, a lot of it were just like, it's like residue of things that they wanted to do in the game, because when they were making Prime 3, they wanted to make it more like they wanted to emphasize and develop Samus's occupation as a bounty hunter more. But Nintendo was telling them, no, don't. And the reason for that is kind of a funny one, because it was a kind of a term, like a misinterpretation, a misunderstanding. Like, Japanese were misunderstanding what a bounty hunter was. Like, they thought bounty hunter meant, like, a mighty space warrior or something like that. When, no, that's not really what a bounty hunter is. It's like, so, you know, it is hard to really fault the game for that, because they were like, oh, well, we were wanting to do this because we were wanting to put this in and that in, but then it got shot down, and it felt kind of half-baked in a number of areas. But anyway, just the motion control aspect, and, like, you know, making it so, like, okay, you have to pull this to actually activate this, or, you know, twist, or, you know, twist it, pull it, bop it. You know, I need to actually do a video. That's a video I've wanted to do for a while, just doing, like, a parody of, like, the Bop It game, but doing, like, Prime 3 stuff. But anyway, yeah, we're just gonna leave that there for the Prime Trilogy, just because, you know, not much different there. It is funny though, and I thought about making a joke video, because the video I did earlier today was like this best music video. Like, that was like kind of the thing I did when I started the channel, was just doing like music videos with like Metroid clips and stuff. And the one I did today, I think, was definitely the best one I've ever made. And it uses one of my favorite songs, Iron by Within Temptation. Although it does use the word damn a number of times. And I thought about making a Metroid Prime Trilogy joke out of that. Like, okay, it's this video, but it's the Trilogy version. And what I mean by that is, I just, like, take that video, but every time the word damn is going to be said, instead I just show a clip of Admiral Dane saying, no, or something. And the reason for that is because of when they ported Prime 3 into the Trilogy version, there were like a couple of things they changed, or a few things they changed. But one of the things they changed was taking out the one curse word in the game, which was Admiral Dane saying "damn" at one point, and they just replaced it with like "no," and it just didn't land right. It felt out of place. But it was just, so I was just thinking, like, this video, but the Trilogy version. I might still do that and just like put it in like a link in the description just for laughs and giggles. But anyway, that's all that be said there. And now, starting with the first of the really controversial games, Metroid Other M. Before I do that, though, I'm just gonna do a quick break for a second, so we'll just be right back. I'm gonna freshen up. This the one? Yes. Okay. All right, we're back. And where were we? Oh, yes. Going to talk about the first of the really controversial Metroid games, Metroid Other M. Now, you may recall that I said at the... Oh, hang on. You may recall that I said at the start of this that there wasn't a single Metroid game that I disliked. And I meant it. So, Metroid Other M, I started off as a hater, but then thanks to people like Rob of Rule of Two Review, who somewhat infamously had in the background two Metroid posters, one Prime Trilogy, and then the other Metroid Other M. And he would get some crap for that. But he was the reason that I decided to give Other M a chance. And so I just like, hey, at first, like, I remember one time I like bought it on Amazon, and then I immediately canceled the purchase. But then later I changed my mind again. I'm like, alright, I'll give it a shot. Because I had already seen like a whole bunch of like cutscenes and whatnot, and I'm just like, what in the what? And then I'd seen the video like everything wrong with Metroid Other M, like gaming sins, and there were like I was like, oh yeah, that is pretty dumb. Why would they do that? Or it's like, why? It's like that's, and then like over the years, though, I started realizing, wait, no, that's not accurate. Like in the Gaming Sins video, I'm like, wait, that's not accurate. Like, he didn't do his homework there, or, you know, whatnot. And so then I decided, okay, fine, I'll give it a chance. So then I play it, and I was pleasantly surprised by how fun the gameplay was. And the thing was, before I had played it, like, there's this one Star Wars GBA game, and we were talking about, I was just talking about earlier about, like, games that, like, really push the console to the limits. And it was this game called Star Wars The New Droid Army. And I've played it on the channel before, and it's fun. It's cool. It's one of my favorite GBA games, honestly. But it's an isometric view, and like you cycle or toggle through like, you know, different powers and whatnot. And you know, it's pretty compact, it's pretty simple, but it, like, you know, feels like you're playing a Star Wars game as a Jedi, you know? So, and I was just thinking to myself, well, it'd be cool if there was a Metroid game like that, just like this, like, isometric view, and like it's like technically not 3D, but it like still kind of is, or like, but even in that game, it does like feel like some of the models actually are like 3D and not like pixels or something, just 2D images. But anyway, I was just like, it'd be cool if there was like an isometric, or just like it was like 3D-esque, but still third person. And Other M is that kind of, like, it's, you know, it has like a lot of 3D, like, or just, I really like how it's third dimensional environment, like 3D environments, but it's third person. And there is this like gaming philosophy of like from what I've heard, there's this like difference in game design philosophy between like Westerners and like Japanese, where Westerners will be like, you know, it's like function follows form. So like how something works, that's something you figure out later. First, you want to design what it looks like. It's like, as long as it's cool, it doesn't really matter what like this is for, what this is for, blah blah. Like, you figure out what those things do later. Japanese gaming design is like just a little different from what I understand, where it's like, instead of that, it's form follows function. So first you determine not what it looks like, but first you determine what does it do. And then, based on what it does, then you design the character. So, and whatnot. So, But all that is to say, Metroid Other M has one of the strangest ways of playing the game, because, like, it kind of follows that design philosophy a little bit, except instead of it being more like, okay, what does it do? It's more, what can we do? And whatnot. Well, it's like, well, you can hold the Wii remote like this. But you can also hold it, or rather, you can hold it like this, but you can also hold it like this. So then, that helps a bit more, like, okay, well, you know, you can go into first person to fire missiles, or just, like, you know, looking around like this. But then you can go like this to just move around and do, like, the other things and whatnot. So, it still, like, strange, like, weird, strange way of doing things, but honestly, it helps it stand out. And the gameplay itself is fun. Like, it is really fun, like, gameplay-wise, and, you know, it is still the only Metroid game that has consistently made me cry at the end. Like, it's just like, even though, like, the melodrama, it's so melodramatic. Adam is, like, just really just overly stern and, like, not, like, is, you know, I know what they were going for in a lot of places, and like, you know, there is the infamous scene where Samus just has a meltdown in front of Ridley and whatnot, and I thought, and I do have, like, a justification for that makes me feel a little bit better, even though the scene itself is still like, can we not be doing this? But it's just like, but, you know, just my idea is like, well, look, Zebus was destroyed, Ridley was torn into pieces before that, there was, like, no way he would have survived that, and now Samus is even more off balance because she has run into Adam after all these years. And it's kind of this weird phenomenon. Like, my older brother and myself were discussing this. But it's kind of this weird phenomenon where, like, we haven't seen each other in, like, so long. But then once we are together again, then all of a sudden we reassume our former positions, which is, okay, you're the older brother, I'm the younger brother, and stuff like that. And it's like it's like something weird happens where I'm all of a sudden kind of immature, or, like, pretty immature and whatnot, and kind of just take that, and it's kind of like that thing with Samus in Other M. Like, she just, like, her psyche is completely off balance. So then when she encounters, like, Ridley, basically literally back from the dead, it, you know, again, it's ugly. It is ugly. But, you know, there is kind of a justification for it. And the Phantoon fight, I love the Phantoon fight. And, like, the boss fights in the game are pretty fun. Like, you know, like, the gameplay itself is pretty darn fun. And it does have, like, a lot of cool innovations and, like, you know, 3D, just reimaginings of different creatures you've already encountered before in, like, Super Metroid, or, you know, Fusion or Zero Mission and whatnot, and then just, you know, innovating further on those. And, like, the Sense move is pretty darn cool and pretty cool as well. Story, I mean, you know, but just, like, you know, the story is what really kills it for a lot of people. The Vorash fight, that's really cool. Using the grapple beam as, like, you're going fishing for this lava fish monster. Really love that. Again, like I said, boss fights, really cool. really fun. And just something about the ending was just the music. Like, the music is so good. And you're like, this is a sad story. Just with all its flaws, this is a sad story. And whatnot. But again, like, the story is what kills it for a lot of people, and it's so melodramatic, and like, it's so cheesy in a lot of parts. Like, Jessica Martin, God bless her, her delivery, and just a lot of parts, like, Anthony Higgs, although he can be a little cringe at times, he's still a fun character, though. There's the whole thing with the Deleter. It's like, I decided to call him the Deleter. It's like, why not just call him the Traitor? It's like, this is unnecessary. Just call him the Traitor, or whatever. And and then developing, because like in Fusion, you have the rogue faction within the Federation, and then they want to develop that further. And also, it helps tie some loose ends between or just with Fusion, because you're like, wait, I thought this space station was just for what was it? Like, I thought this space station was just for like research, not military use. So you're like, why the heck is Nightmare on here? And so that helps clear it up, because, well, the bottle ship is for bioweapons, and so that explains the Nightmare, right? And then also that explains what Neo Ridley is doing on there, and why he's like this mummified corpse thing, or why there's a Ridley corpse. So, it helps tie up some loose ends as well. And also, I really love the reverse gravity thing they do. Like, just the innovation, like I said. And also, the music is very atmospheric and, like, fills you with dread. Like, it's really cool. Even though at some parts, the music they choose is completely inappropriate. Like, when Samus first runs into, like, she's like, Adam, are you seeing this? It's a Zebesian, but it's cybernetically enhanced. And the music in that part is like, what are you doing? It's like, it's just this weird... It's like, where's like the horror, the dreadful music that was playing in other parts? Like, you need that in that part. Like, bro, like, what are you doing? It's like, so, it has, like I said, it has a lot of cool things going for it, like Metroid Other M, just like gameplay wise, and like a lot of the music and the boss fights and whatnot, and but just like they're just I wouldn't say I really put it on the same tier as like Zeta or whatever. I have to put it in Gamma tier. Now, a lot of people are going to be mad that I put it on the same tier with Super Metroid. Like, how dare you? But, I have my opinions. Anyway, it also does start off... It also does help just being a hater, or starting off as a hater, and then being like, you know what? This game does actually have a lot of good things going for it. It does definitely have its flaws, but... And now, for the other black sheep. Federation Force. Oh my gosh. This is gonna shock some people. And, again, probably make somebody mad. But I am actually gonna give it a Zeta tier. And... here's why. So I started off as a hater for Federation Force, like Other M, and then it was kind of one of those things where I was just like, because I heard from some people that Federation Force actually was fun. So I was, and then after, I played Other M, and I was like, this actually is fun. Its story really is lacking in some areas, but overall, it's a fun game. It's enjoyable. That kind of snowballed into maybe I should give Federation Force a chance as well. So then finally, a few years ago, I tried it for the first time, and honestly, I enjoyed the heck out of it. I was blown away by how much I was actually enjoying it, and my adrenaline was up half the time when I was playing it. And just the missions were, I liked the, it does do its own thing, and it owns it. We're okay, we're doing this level based and campaign based. Okay, we're doing this level, and you have this objective and this mission. And it's well, yeah, of course we would do it that way, right? Now, of course, you could also do it you're playing just a regular old Metroid game, but then at that point, you might as well just play as Samus, right? So I really like, what they were going for. I really appreciated that they were okay, this is in the Metroid universe, but it's not going to be the same formula. We're going to do something a bit different. And so they owned it. They stuck to it and they owned it. Right? And something I was impressed by fairly early on was the music, honestly. I was I like this music. This is cool. It's just even just the briefing music, just it's now, of course, the art style I've never been a fan of, right? And it was one of the biggest off-putting things as well. And then having Samus as the final boss, but to add insult to injury, it's it's Samus, but she's giant and she's stuck in morph ball mode the whole time. It's what? It's really? Why? But I guess they're just it's even that I'm just I can't really justify this very very well, but I guess they were kind of thinking, okay, it would be a bit too much if we said, okay, she can the Federation can defeat Samus. So they were well, what if she's stuck in morph ball mode? And it's just it's well, okay, well, it's still weird, and you're kind of making it worse, but I guess, it's acknowledging, okay, well, that's ridiculous. That's a little too ridiculous. We make her just brainwashed and possessed, and then the Federation defeats her, right? Now, to be fair, they're not just regular old Marines. They're in these war golems and stuff like that, and I loved how Prime 4 developed that further. They took that and went with it further, right? And the missions and the music, they were pretty cool. Honestly, they were fun. And the story overall, I thought was pretty cool. The Doom's Eye, although the Doom's Eye is basically just a space pirate version of the Death Star, basically. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also just the level with the Metroids, I went into it and I'm oh crap. I was genuinely filled with fear because I was I can't go into morph ball mode. What am I gonna do if they attack me? I was genuinely afraid. And also I really appreciated it also kind of helped tie a loose end with it was kind of a loose end with Super Metroid, for instance, because the infant Metroid gets supersized and it becomes a Super Metroid, right? but then it's like there's no explanation for that other than, I don't know, just weird experiments. But then Federation Force helps explain that because the space pirates, they find some weird technology that supersizes them, that turns them into giants, and like so every normal pirate trooper is now basically the height of an Omega pirate. And it's like just the callbacks to all the different Metroid games, and it was like it was really cool how they did that, and also just the loadouts. Like, you go into each level and you're like, okay, you're strategizing, you're like, I probably could use one of these and everything. Like, it wasn't trying to be just like a normal Metroid game. It wasn't trying to just be a normal Metroid game and just use, except you're a Marine. It made itself different enough to where you're like, okay, this is in the Metroid universe, but we're still playing as something different. Or we're doing things differently. Like, it was like, okay, this is already different because you're not playing as Samus, you're playing as a Marine. So we're just going to make it different. And honestly, like, a lot of people were mad about the idea of a Metro game where you're not even playing as Samus, and the thing is, like I was saying, just not everything has to be the same formula. You don't have to do things exactly the same, just every time. Like, it's kind of like, hang on, I'll come back to this later, but I'll just tease it at first, but it's something I've come up with, a term I've come up with, which is like fandom hostage. Or fandom hostage situation or whatever, where, the fandom itself just becomes like, look, we want it this way and only this way, and if you do anything differently, we're gonna get mad and like, blah, 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 and just like, it's like the developers themselves are not given the freedom to just do their thing. Like, the developers, at the end of the day, it's their game that they're making. So they should be given that right and that freedom to make whatever they want. Now, there are exceptions to that, of course. Like, if you're just gonna totally disrespect, like, everything about, like, the franchise or anything, like, say, like, the Acolyte, for instance, in Star Wars. Like, that you're just going to totally disrespect the legacy of Star Wars, and you're gonna like make what is evil actually good or something like that, and like you're basically going to incriminate Yoda and blah blah blah. Like, there is a boundary to that rule, of course, but still, like, you gotta give, like, I've come to a point where I've just gotten fatigued from people just being outraged over, like, this or that or whatever. Like, oh, Tron Ares was so horrible. It's like, no, it wasn't. Tron Ares was a fun movie. It was a cool movie. Like, and like, it was not embarrassingly bad or Disney's new low, or it's just like, and then like the thing with Prime 4 and everything. So it's just like, you know what? It got to the point where I'm just like, you know what? The only opinion I care about is my own. But when it comes to these sort of things, which feels narcissistic to say, but I've just gotten so fatigued by people just being outraged. It's like, you know what? Just let the game speak for itself. Stop just demanding one and one thing only. Anyway, that's a bit of a tangent. I'll go. Not really, but I'll come back to that later when I get to Prime 4. Oh boy. But anyway, yeah, Federation Force, the only problems I really have with it overall are the art style. I don't like that it's chibi, and it looks very cartoonish. But with it being on the 3DS, I mean, the art style, aside from it being chibi, I feel like there's not much that can be done about that. But why do you have to make it chibi? But anyway, and then the thing with Samus being the final boss and she's stuck in morph ball mode the whole time. Even though they do kind of redeem it at the end, where she still saves the day, they're the big old brutes or whatever that show up, and bruisers, that's what they're called, and those things take a while to take down, right? But then she just vaporizes them, and she comes to and she saves the day, and and then when you get launched out or you fall out of the Doom's Eye and you're just in space, just weightless, she comes and saves the day again, and which there are a number of times she saves the day in the game, which are, it's really cool. And then she sends you a message at the end, Federation Force, it was an honor to meet you, I look forward to working with you again, and stuff like that. And it's the only time in any of the Prime games Samus actually says something, which is funny. Funny to say, really. But yeah, it's honestly fun. It's honestly a fun game. I wish I could play it with somebody, because I have been told it's better to play with somebody else. And I was thinking while I was playing, I was yeah, I can see that. And also I do like the sound design in the game. Not only is the music good, but the sound design, just the bits and things. And honestly, Blast Ball, people made fun of Blast Ball. It's space soccer. It's honestly, it was fun. It was cool. I played only one match, but it was exciting. I liked playing it, even though it's basically kind of like Rocket League, except you can also kill each other too, I think. But it adds world building to Metroid as a whole as well. So okay, now we have officially a sport in Metroid. We have something called Blast Ball. So I can appreciate that just in and of itself. I like it, honestly. So, we're gonna leave it there. Federation Force. And also just it continues the story. It's okay, with the loss of Phazon, the Space Pirates suffered a major blow, but the Federation also lost Phazon, and so now they both got to do something differently and whatnot. And also, just as a side note, with Prime 3, one of the things people are because they love bashing the Federation, and just they're or basically kind of the idea of nothing that big could possibly be good, or just people who just love to find corruption in government or governing bodies or anything like that, and just can you just stop please? But one of the big things, they're using Phazon, or it's how dare you use Phazon, Federation, blah blah blah. And it's look, I can't really blame the Federation for using Phazon, okay? There are a number of things the Space Pirates do with Phazon that can only be countered with Phazon. So it's what are they supposed to do? Just sit there and take it? There are some things that cannot be overcome by anything except Phazon. So it's what do you want them to do? So it's now, still, one could argue it's a bit Machiavellian or something, the ends justify the means. But, at the same time, it's well, they don't really have that many options, honestly, so it's hard to blame them, really. So, it's one of those things. Just shut up, people. All right, but anyway, enough about that. Next up on the list, Metroid: Samus Returns, and honestly, it's like, with the 3DS, like I was saying, like the art style is like a bit limited, so it's like it's hard to really like fault the hardware. But like that is kind of one of its downsides. But truthfully, I think I'm gonna give it. Yeah. This one's hard for me. Like, I like Zeta or Omega. But yeah, I think I'll actually give it an Omega tier. And a large part of it is just, like it takes the concept of the original Metroid 2 and it really develops it so much better. And then like the controls can be a little weird sometimes. But, I really like, what they do with, like, they introduce the Eon abilities, and then the Metroid fights themselves are pretty cool, and, like, they introduce the melee counter, and, like, they have, like, these cinematic, like, in battles, and, like, when you're playing it, you're like, oh, yeah, the Metroids really are, like, this terrible threat when they, like, become, like, when they metamorphosize like this. And also the music in that game, so good. Such an improvement on some parts as well, like the Queen Metroid, for instance, or even just any of the Metroid fights, really. Just like the music is so darn good. Just like the Queen Metroid especially, or one of the Gamma Metroid musics, that's really good. Or just the Gamma Metroid battle music. And then there's the Diggernaut music, but also just the Diggernaut fight itself is, like, really cool. Like, almost, I would say, I look forward to that fight, like, a lot. Like, I would put that, like, maybe, like, on, like, it's almost as good as fighting Quadraxis. Honestly, just because of like your use of like all your different tools, and you're fighting this giant robot, and just the different things, and just the music is so tense and everything, and then just the development further of like they don't just do like a play-by-play or a frame-by-frame, like with like the Metroid egg hatches and then there's the Metroid and just goes around like they do like a cinematic where like Samus is like gonna like ready to kill it, but then like it's just kind of like the zoom in on her, and then giving you her POV, and she's like looking at it, and she's like she's just like, without words it shows what she's thinking. So And that's what like a lot of Metroid games are really good at, and I think that was also part of the problem with Other M, was the like so much of the lines were just like, thank you, Captain Obvious, or just like, it's like, don't tell me, show me, and whatnot. Like there's the rule in writing, show don't tell, and Other M really fails with that. Doesn't do it well, but Samus Returns, it does that well, and also just like Samus is like a real badass in that as well. Just like not only with the cinematic battles with the Metroids, but also with like the Diggernaut. Like it's like you defeat it, and then without looking, Samus just finishes it off as it's like trying to get back up. It's like, it's so good. And then there's Ridley. Like they surprise Proteus Ridley, and it helps tie Samus Returns with Corruption, and because Proteus Ridley is basically like, he looks like Meta Ridley, but also like Omega Ridley, but like without phase on and stuff. So like, there's that. But also just the build up to Ridley, the Proteus Ridley fight, and also just the involvement of the Infant Metroid in that battle is pretty darn cool. But like, where was I? Oh yeah, it's one of those things that I wish, like, looking back in retrospect, I wish I didn't know he was in there already. Like, I wish I went into the game blind. But there are only 2 Metroid games I've gone into blind, and that was Dread and Prime 4. And for Samus Returns, I so wish I went into it blind, because, like, it would have been so great. Like, it's like, okay, we defeated the Queen Metroid. Yay! We've beaten the game, and then, like, you get to the final area, and then all of a sudden that really ominous, cool cover of Crateria starts playing, and you're like, why is this music playing? But like that music that plays at the beginning of Super Metroid once you land on Zebes, and you're like, it's like basically like pre-boss music. Like, it's like, why do I hear like pre-final boss music, and why does it remind me of him? It's like, like Ridley, and then like it's like dark and stormy outside, and then you get to your ship, and then he shows up, and you're like, oh, that's why. It's like, he's here. So, it has a lot of cool things going for it. Like, really awesome. Like if they remade it just with like, as like, made it look as good as like Dread, like, oh man. But like, yeah, it's just the music, and just the cinematics, and the showing, don't telling, and just like, it feels so good. Like, and just like with Eon, and then with the Chozo memories, like the introduction of the Chozo memories, and Samus, or like and then like I mentioned how I love what Yoshio Sakamoto did with the Chozo, because then you're like, oh, okay, so, they're creating the Metroids, but then all of a sudden you start noticing, wait, there are other Chozo who are like, and then like, it does like this jump scare thing, like that. It's like a creepypasta-esque, like, corrupted image jump scare, where if you get all the images perfectly, then all of a sudden it gets all like distorted and scary, and then it shows you like the secret 11th image or whatever, and it shows Ravenbeak standing, or you don't know it's Ravenbeak yet, but this Chozo you've seen in like a previous image standing atop the corpses of other Chozo with these other Chozo in the background, and you're like, what just happened? Like, wait, there are evil Chozo? Like, the Chozo, as far as you know, were just like all good guys, right? They're, benevolent heroes and stuff that like help out that race Samus. But now all of a sudden you're like, wait, there's an evil Chozo faction? Or whatever, and so then you're like, and then, so, yeah, it's just all of that, like, Samus Returns was a really cool remake of the original, like, Metroid 2, and whatnot, which I did play AM2R, before I played Samus Returns, or even the original Metroid 2 for that matter, so I did have kind of a basic understanding of like how the game worked. So that kind of what that was. AM2R was more my basis, honestly, than the original Metroid 2. So, but like, and that's another thing. Like, people love to just like take sides over, like, Nintendo basically nuking or trying to totally obliterate AM2R. It's like, okay, well, look, at the end of the day, it is still their IP, and honestly, probably a good business decision, just because, like, well, look, they were working on Samus Returns, so, gotta deal with the competition, right? But anyway, so now, not everybody agrees with me on that, but, I've been kind of called a shill before, or just, it's like, what is your problem? Just like, look, just let me, look, if you don't agree, fine, but don't call me names over it. Which, speaking of which, that brings me into Metroid Dread, because this was in context of people being like, why is this game $60? Just like, you know what? Whatever. To me, I love the series enough to pay a lot, okay? So, do I wish it was cheaper? Sure. But I'm not going to lose my mind over it. Anyway, Metroid Dread. Which, I was like, I'm just going to start off right off the bat. Going to put it at an Omega tier. It was so, like, it was such a pleasant surprise, man. Like, just watching that one direct where they mentioned they're working hard on Prime 4, but then they're like, another new Metroid game, and like, it was like, wait, what? Really? And then it starts off by saying Metroid 5, and I'm like, Fusion is getting a sequel after all these years, like, and stuff, and like, and then it reveals Metroid Dread, because I had heard about Metroid Dread and how it was canceled, and then, like, I learned, like, oh, this was a game they really wanted to make. Like, it got canceled twice, and then they're like, but it was just because, like, it wasn't quite coming out the way they wanted it to, or, it was just, like, hardware problems or something like that. And then Mercury Steam comes along, and then they have, like, the Switch, and they're like, you know what? We finally got what we need to make this game happen. So then, there's Metroid Dread, and it's just like, oh, wow, like, and everything's just so weird and new, like the new Dread suit look, and just like, the new Dread look, and then there are the Emmy robots and whatnot, and then the second trailer rolls around, and then you see Ravenbeak for the first time, and then, like, Samus getting her butt whooped by this scary Chozo guy. And it's just like, what? And, like, it's like, I'm just like, bring it on. Like, we got a living Chozo, which there was a Chozo already seen in the first trailer, like, and it was Quiet Robe. It's like, very briefly, like, we're gonna see living Chozo in a Metroid game? Like, are you serious? Like, what? And, like, so, oh man, and then just playing it, and then just, like, I was always wondering, like, are they gonna, like, how are they gonna develop Samus's Metroid DNA? Like, what are they gonna do? And then just, like, and things of that nature, and the whole thing with, like, the Malkin and the Thoha, Like, Ravenbeak, he might be kind of a simplistic villain, but like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And he's cool, okay? He's cool and evil, and like we have Spoken Chozo, like that was freaking cool. And then that part where Samus like breaks her silence and speaks in Chozo, and it's just like, mwah. And that was so. And then just like she has like these really badass moments, like after defeating Corpius, or like she's just standing there while Kraid is just trying to eat her, and like she's just like, it's like, it's so cool. And boss fights overall are kind of uninteresting, or they're not. The boss roster is kind of weak. Compared to like other games, like the first Prime, for instance. But they're still fun. They're still fun bosses overall, and it's challenging. Like, I love how Dread was like apparently so challenging that sometime after its release, a rookie mode was added. It was funny. Music overall was not. It's atmospheric and it's cool, like it works, but like, if you were to ask somebody like, okay, just hum to me a Dread tune right now, and you'd be like, because like with other Metroid games, you can remember a tune, right? Or like generally, like you can remember one or two tunes and like how they go. Dread though, it's not so easy. Even though the music is good, it's not catchy, it's not memorable. Now, a lot of fusion tracks aren't really as memorable either, but like it's still the way it's done, it adds to the atmosphere to where it's like, okay, like it helps maintain like the creepiness of it. So there's that, whatnot, and like I said, like the Emmy are cool, and like they're like I really like fighting the Emmy, and like they do like make my heart race and stuff, but like they don't fill me with dread as much as like say the SAX or something like that. So whatever. But, I just got this terrible... Okay. I just had this terrible thought that I was muted. But, just had to check. But anyway. But then the Ravenbeak boss itself is like... Oh, it's so good. And then, like, I love this one, like... This short I saw, it was like it threw in like shots of like inside Iron Man's mask when he's like fighting Hulk in the Hulk Buster. And it's like what fighting the final boss in Metroid Dread felt like. It's like go to sleep, and it's like I'm sorry, whatever, because like Ravenbeak himself is just like he grows a pair of wings and then or doesn't grow them, he just reveals them. But then Samus shoots one of them, and then he just kind of like. And he just grabs and rips the other one off and just like, okay, tough guy. it's like he's just like, and then like his monologue and just him going, his famous, Hata Sin Olmen, power is everything, and. And then the Metroid suit, and like Samus just going absolutely haywire, and like Super Saiyan with like the Metroid DNA, and like it just like developing further. And there's the twist that Adam talking to her on ZDR was actually him the whole time, and that was pretty darn cool. And then the thing with Quiet Robe X at the end, and I still want to do a theory video on that as well, but I'm not of the opinion that some people are like, oh, it destroyed her Metroid DNA. It's like, no, that's not what happened. There's never been a precedent for Metroid DNA being destroyed by an X. Like, there is no precedent for that. Now, maybe somebody be like, well, you know, because of the Thoha genes, it could tell the Metroid DNA to self-destruct or something. It's like, I don't know about that. Now, I would grant that premise much sooner than, like, say, just the X DNA in and of itself, just being able to wipe out Metroid DNA, because Metroid DNA has been proven to destroy X parasite DNA at the cellular and molecular levels. So it's like, okay, no, I reject that premise right off the bat. So it's like, there's that video, it's like, Metroid Dread has doomed, like, the Metroid universe because, like, Samus is done. Samus no longer has her Metroid DNA. It's like, no, I don't think that's what happened, okay? But, you know, and then there's that Metroid guy's theory, like, that's his name, that Metroid guy, being like, well, because, you know, there are no more Malkin around. It's like, well, you don't necessarily know that, first of all, and besides, who's, like, maybe even X mimics of the Malkin could still stimulate that triggering of that, like, ultimate Metroid form, right? But anyway, it's like, well, basically because of that, like, you know, the X did that at the end just so that, like, Samus's DNA could never get to that point again. It's like, okay, well, if that was the calculus behind that, why wouldn't the X just leave her alone? Because it could see that she was just, like, she couldn't leave, because if she tried to control her ship in Metroid form, she would just, like, drain the ship of its energy, and the planet's about to explode, so, like, and there were already Malkin Chozo X that are, like, proven to have escaped, because the ships that you see in Hanubia are now gone, unless, of course, they crashed during everything falling apart. So it's like, well, if they wanted to deal with the one big obstacle in their way, just let her die. And then they can just do whatever they want, basically, you know, like, you know, that, so if that was their reason for doing that, then it would be like, it'd be like, that would be one of the dumbest things the X could possibly do. Like, letting her live. Like, so there are only, like, really 3 ultimate possibilities, I think. Like, if this was an intelligent move on their part, there are only really 3 reasonings for this. 1, Quirobe X's DNA did actually cause their Metroid DNA to, like, self-destruct, which I don't think that's what happened. That just doesn't really make that much sense. Another is that, well, you know, the X, I think, yeah, Labcat, you were mentioning this earlier, or Wilbur J. Wright, something about just like, well, it's more of a machine than anything, or it kind of behaves more of a machine, like it just, like, because it has no soul, and so it uses Quirobe X's, like, memories or something, and then it's like, oh, well, I'm gonna do what this person would do, and whatnot, which, that is closer to what I believe personally, which is that because the X, like, okay, the thing with the X is that they absorb the memories of their prey if their prey was already alive, which means, because Quirobe, like once the X takes Quirobe, it says his last words, which were, "I am counting on you," but it's directed at the Emmy now. But what that proves to me is that Quirobe wasn't actually dead. So, like, when he got shot by a Chozo soldier, he was like, he became unconscious and was almost dead. It was like mostly dead. It's funny, I was thinking of that movie earlier today for some reason. But, like, so what I'm kind of thinking more is it's kind of similar to that other thing, but it's like the X is like absorbing the memories, but also Quiet Robe himself is still in there a bit, and is like, he kind of like overcomes the will of the X, and so the X carries that will and saves Samus. So that's kind of more what I'm thinking happened. But and even musically, it seems to hint that, because right before it deteriorates into the red X and like, you know, saves, like goes into Samus and saves her, it like, you know, he does like the Chozo salute and bows, and like it plays like the so you know, it kind of seems to hint that as well. But yeah, just like Dread it has so much, like a lot of things going for it that are like really cool and whatnot, and yeah, just adds so much to like the Metroid story as a whole, and I'm really glad I got to like play it. And you know, it was the first Metroid game I'd ever played, going into it just having no idea what was going to happen. And it was also funny, just a number of things that were in the game. Excuse me. Like, I have this fan fiction project that I don't think I'm ever actually going to finish, but there were a number of aspects in it that I'm like, where I was like, yeah, I kind of accidentally predicted that, like when I was playing like Dread and stuff, and so that was really cool. But yeah, anyway, I think that's pretty much all I got to say about Dread. Yami are cool and everything, but I'm getting tired. Next is Metroid Prime Remastered, and I think I'm actually going to put it at Omega tier as well. Really not much to say over like the original Metroid Prime. But like, there are a number of things it just adds or it changes that just make it that much better. Like, okay, visually it is so good. Like, when I was playing it, I actually teared up a bit, because I was like, it looks so good. Like, you know, and then I run into the Parasite Queen, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that is horrifying. And I'm just like, this is a remaster? This is a remake. Like, and I think somebody was like, well, technically it's still a remaster because it's using the same engine, and so that's why it is still technically a remaster and not a remake. But all the same, they did so much. They changed the textures. They added, like, you know, just like rain droplet effects, and like just like and then they even changed the AI of like the pirates. Like, the pirates, they behaved a lot more like the Prime 2 pirates, which the Prime 2 pirates are like my favorite space pirate design. And like, sorry, that's like the housemates in the background, but yeah, the Prime 2 pirates are my favorite space pirates, like, not just because of like their design, but also like their like they seem a lot more intelligent and organized and uniform, and they're also tall and stuff, and like, you know, they actually like try and dodge you when you're shooting at them, like they'll roll and whatnot. And then they added that like feature to like the pirates in the first Prime in the remaster. Like, oh, now they're like rolling when you're shooting at them, and like they seem a lot more intelligent. Like when you're fighting them, they don't feel so stupid anymore. and just everything, just visually, it's really cool and really good, and just I really love like the changes they did, and how Samus looks. Like, even though like the suit is still like not, like I said, it is still my least favorite design of the Prime suit. They even changed like how she behaves, like when she enters a new environment, she isn't just standing there like this or whatever. Like, she's like looking around, and she actually, her animations when she like gets a map or whatever. Yeah. Really cool, really nice. Like, just nice touches they did to the remaster, and for that, it like made me fall in love with the game all over again. And so I'm putting it at Omega tier, I would say. And just as a side note, that is another problem I have with Prime 3. Like, the Space Pirates, I mean, they're kind of, they feel less indulgent. Like, they're not as cool as the Prime 2 Pirates, I feel like. Like, they feel a bit less uniform and more just like weird and random. And like, their like mandibles are constantly doing like clapping and whatnot, so it's like, it feels more like I'm just fighting a bunch of animals and not like actually like intelligent science breakthrough, like threatening and stuff like that. So that's part of it. But anyway, and that was also something I appreciated about Federation Force, was they kind of borrowed from the Prime 2 pirate design as well. So I really like that. But and also the music in Prime 2, like for the Space Pirates, I really appreciate. I really liked that pirate theme the most. Well, that was until Prime 4. And then Prime 4 has this new space pirate music that's like my favorite currently. But anyway, yeah, I would say that's like what I got to say about the remake or like remaster of the first Prime. And now finally, after all this time, after like the past like 3 hours, I did not mean to be streaming this long. Finally, we get to, drumroll please, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. And I am going to put it at Omega. Somebody's getting mad there. But okay, look. It was one of those things where, like, I mentioned that I would get back to this point again, but I'm just like, people going into it and being like, oh, it's beyond awful, or just beyond terrible, or just like, it's so bad. It's like, no, it's not. Shut up. It's like, it's fun. It's genuinely a fun Metroid game. Like, and it's one of those things where, it's like, like people are like, oh, Tron Ares is so bad. It's like, oh, no, it isn't. Or, so many people like, it's like this absolutist, or just like, or I was saying how this, like, kind of this, like, thing about like what I refer to as fandom hostage, where you're just like, you're not a true Metroid fan if you don't like Super Metroid the most, or you don't like the first Prime the most, or like things like it has to be this way and this way alone, and oh my gosh, developers, you guys are awful for including things like the Viola or the Federation Troopers or freaking Mackenzie and blah 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 blah. It's like, or Soul Valley. It's like, well, can everybody just take a chill pill and just shut the hell up? Just like, Prime 4, is it perfect? No. But you know what? No Metroid game is perfect, okay? And there might be some people who disagree with me on that, but you know what? I don't care. Screw the establishment. You know what I mean? But, like, Prime 4, I've played it. I finished it, I'm not sure how many times at this point. Or maybe like 5 or 6 times. Like, I totally completed it. I have 2 of the amiibos. One that was gifted to me, which was the Viola one. And then the other one I bought, which was the other Samus one. I don't have the Silex one, just because what it does practically, like, although the amiibo is cool, it's just functionally, it's useless. Because, well, I've already seen the secret, like, or the Silex taunts or whatever. And then I already did the other condition, or I already saw the cutscene of, like, the incident that you keep getting flashbacks for. So I've seen all that. So practically, the Silex amiibo is useless to me. It just looks awesome, right? But yeah, just the Viola one and then the other one, like, functionally are pretty darn cool. Like, you know, you have the Viola radio, and then you can change your Viola skin, and you have a regen rate of the boost, which, like, is pretty darn cool. And, like, you know, people were complaining about Soul Valley and collecting the green energy crystals, even though, as it turns out, you actually don't need to collect all of them. You only need to collect, like, the ones in the shrines and stuff. And just, like, the thing is, though, somebody like me, like, I like to, like, oftentimes I like to be just multitasking, where I'm, like, playing a game and I'm listening to something at the same time. Or, you know, when I was just streaming, Prime 4, like I was doing, my first playthrough ever, after, like, a long day at work, or I was just, like, stressed about something and whatnot, like, Prime 4 was, like, doing the Soul Valley stuff, it was kind of nice, honestly. Just like, chilling. Just, like, just a nice thing to do while I'm just winding down, and just, you know, I don't have to use my brain. I can just, you know, slide and whatnot. And you know, the Viola itself, when I first saw, like, the thumbnail, like videos or whatnot, I was just like, what? Like, I was like, huh? Like, I was weirded out at first. But then I was like, huh, you know, okay, I dig it. You know, it's weird, but, you know, I dig it. It's cool. And the thing about it that also helped make it grow, like, it grew on me rather quickly, was I was like, it looks like almost exactly like a Super Light Cycle from Tron 2.0, which Tron 2.0 is, like, one of my favorite computer games ever. And so I was like, oh, it's very Tron-like. And then it didn't occur to me until sometime later, when I was playing Prime 4, I was like, oh my gosh, even the projectile that comes from the Viola is a disc. So I was just like, oh, Metroid and Tron, 2 of my favorite franchises ever. Like, I don't know if Tron is necessarily my that high up, but I really love the Tron universe, so, you know, so I really liked it. The Viola really grew on me, and then I was like, you know what? I kind of wonder if the only reason the real reason they did this was just, like, well, part of it was they had to figure out a way to allow you to traverse Soul Valley rather quickly, or quick enough anyway. But then I was also kind of like, well, congratulations, Nintendo, you finally found an excuse to add Samus to Mario Kart. Because you already got Link in there, and Villager from Animal Crossing, and the Splatoon Inklings or whatever. So, you know, you already got them in there, so. But, yeah, so that's fun. But, And also just, okay, now I will say I do wish, like, there are two main things I wish that were different about Prime 4. One is I do wish that each area did have like a way to teleport to a different area. That would have been nice. Because once you got into each area, it's like pretty linear. Volt Forge in particular is very linear. Although once you get like different upgrades and stuff, like you can traverse across like different parts of Volt Forge fairly quickly, so it kind of stops being so linear. But and then the other thing is I kind of wish there was more involvement with the Space Pirates, because the Space Pirates are only at the very beginning of the game. But that opening, man, it's like somebody was like, it's very Revenge of the Sith like. It's like, yeah, it does feel like the beginning of Revenge of the Sith, and like Samus's gunship like wreaking havoc, and then you see the war golems again, and they brought back like the classic space pirate fighters and stuff, and like just now in the Prime games, and then the space pirate design, they're pretty darn cool, and then the music is just so good. And then like, Silex just coming in like a badass and whatnot, even though he just gets like knocked down like by a charge beam shot, which, so that is sad that they just did it that way. But I will say I do not subscribe to the idea that a lot of people do, which is like, he just got like hit with a single charge shot, and that's why he has to be in the healing pod for like the entire game. No, I don't think that's why. I think I think the reason he had to be in the healing pod for like the whole game basically is because, well, the same reason that Samus loses all her gear at when she gets teleported to Viros, and then the same reason why Betsy, the giant war golem, gets like torn apart and has like the parts scattered throughout the planet. Same reason. Because the teleportation, while Samus does survive, it clearly is not very safe. Like the actual teleportation itself is not very safe, obviously. So, like it tears the war mech apart. There are parts of the Federation base or research center that are scattered throughout, and Tokabi, he ends up like with a broken leg, like just when he gets teleported, and like his comms are broken and whatnot. So it's very possible when these things got teleported that Silex he almost died, like by way of the teleportation. Like it's very possible that's what happened, and that's what I think is the reason why he's in such critical condition. And that's a much better explanation than just a single charge shot just knocked him down. But also, there's something to be said about, like, people complain that, well, it's not actually Silex that you're fighting until the very end. And it's like, but it kind of is, though, because, like, while he's not there physically, he is still there in spirit, because he's the one who's controlling all of the Cybots. And so it's kind of the way I view it is like when you're fighting and it's funny, like I posted like a meme where this like the prophecy is fulfilled, because like in Metroid Prime Hunters, when you fight a bot that is Silex, it is Psy-Bot. So I'm like, and then I show like the when you defeat the first when you defeat Silex the first time, and then it reveals, oh, it was a side boss. It's like the prophecy is fulfilled, right? But yeah, the way I see it, it's like it's not Silex. He's not there physically, but he is in spirit because he is telepathically controlling the Cybots, right? So when you're fighting him, or when you're fighting, like, you know, the Cybots that are impersonating Silex, he basically is actually there. So it's kind of like, the way they did it, it's kind of like merging Prime 2 Dark Samus and Prime 3 Dark Samus. Because in Prime 2 Dark Samus, like, you fight her 3 times, just like you fight Silex 3 times. But because Dark Samus is this phase-on being, she can, like, disintegrate and then reintegrate, like, you know, kind of willy-nilly, right? But, you know, well, Silex can't do that, so you gotta come up with a different reason. But Silex is also not really, like, he doesn't really have supernatural attributes like Dark Samus does in Prime 3, or kind of Prime 2 for that matter. So, and like, so in Prime 3, it's kind of the same thing, where you're kind of fighting Dark Samus more times than just her at the very end. But it's like her possessing the other hunters. So that's kind of how I see it. So it's like, you know, they're like, well, we want you to fight Silex as many times as you did in, like, Prime 2, or like you fought Dark Samus in Prime 2. But, well, we can't have him, like, disintegrate and reintegrate, that, because it's not phase-on, so we don't have phase-on anymore, so we can't really do that. But we don't want him actually, like, possessing something else. So what if we had him, he is telepathically controlling something, like these robots, and they're dressed up as him, and they're doing his abilities. And, you know, I think it works. I think it really does work. Like, now, is it disappointing that it's not actually him and he doesn't, like, escape or something after you defeat him? I mean, yeah, but, you know, again, it's one of those things, just, like, let the game speak for itself, you know? Like, you know, just kind of roll. You know, I was like, oh, alright, whatever. And then, like, at first, like, when I heard the Silex, the new Silex battle theme, at first I was like, because it like sounded nothing like the Silex battle theme in Hunters. Even though later on I thought about it and I was like, you know, actually it uses a lot of the same notes, and then I realized, you know, there is a part that does actually sound like the original Silex battle theme, where it's like, because in Hunters it's like dun 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 dun, right? But then in Prime 4 there is this part of his song that's like no 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 no, you know, it's like no no no, it's like, it's almost the same, like it's like Kenji Yamamoto is like, he's nodding to the original Silex theme there. Like, it's like the same chords, it's the same notes, right? Or the same, like, chord progression, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not, like, a musical expert. So just, like, yeah, like, I think it is actually, yeah, I was like, oh yeah, like, so Kenji Yamamoto, he's just taking it, he's just making, like, a proper boss fight theme. Because, like, you know, and I was like, you know what? I do have to confess, like, you know, the Silex theme in Hunters, it works better for short, random encounters, which is what the game is designed to do, right? But then this music in Prime 4, this actually works better for Silex as a boss instead of more of a mini boss, which is kind of what he is in Hunters, more like. Or at least he starts off as more of a boss, and then he just becomes a mini boss, you know. So then the theme was already growing on me, and then when I heard the final rendition, like in the first phase of the final fight, I was just like, oh, like, and now it's slower and more grand sounding. I'm like, oh boy, it is going down now. Like, this is it. And which, you know, I will say the first phase is kind of weird. I'm just kind of like, okay, you're just in like this weird protective field with like these kind of weird tentacle things. It's like, and then they turn into dragon heads. Like, what is going on? It's like this guy. I don't know what they're doing here, but I don't know, just weird alien stuff. You know, like he's, you know, I guess if you had the ability to do weird alien stuff, I mean, what would you do? Like, right? It's like, so, which, you know, they did kind of help. They kind of developed a bit more the, like, Samus's, like, you know, Spider-Man superpowers, right? With the grapple and whatnot. And then, like, you know, there was a tether. Like, now the Morph Ball could tether, too. And it's, like, kind of like, yeah, I see a new spore coming, right? It's like Metroid Tether Ball or something. It's like, I thought it was very innovative, like, what they did. But then, you know, all that is to say is like, well, you have Samus as Spider-Man, so now we have a Metroid villain as Doc Ock, right? But anyway, and also just the surprise of Silex actually breaking his silence and saying something, right? Like Samus, I've been waiting for this, and I'm just like, oh, that was totally like a nod from the developers and like a love letter to the fans. Like, it's like, me too, Silex, me too. Yes, I've been waiting for this too. And, you know, so that was just a really cool way to just like have him say something. Which, speaking of saying something, another problem people have with Prime 4 is how silent Samus is the whole time. Which, there are times where it feels a little forced. Like, she's like, you know, she just like moves like the map over here, and Tokabi's like, you want to go there, or whatever. It's just like, alright, this is a little much. At the same time, though, people have to remember, like, okay, I remember when Fusion had Samus break her silence. And there were people who had a problem with that. But, you know, so it's like, okay, well, and then, you know, look, like, you gotta give them a break, because, you know, people are like, okay, well, how are we gonna do this? Like, she can't, like, we don't want to repeat other ends mistakes where she's just like monologuing nonstop and like not telling instead of showing and stuff. Which Prime 4 does a good job of her showing her emotion and showing what she's thinking just without her actually saying a word, right? But then, you know, she doesn't make a single peep, like, ever. And that's a problem, like, people have. It's like, there's way too much talking for her to still be silent the whole time. It's like, well, see, you gotta remember, like, what the Prime games are good at, and that's something I, like, really appreciated and loved about Prime 4, which is that it felt more, it definitely felt like a Prime game. It belonged. Like, I felt like I was playing a Prime game, again, you know, so, you know, there are people who severely disagree, but it was like, no, this feels like I'm playing a Prime game. And the thing is as well, like, this is a bit of a side note, but the thing is as well, like, you know, there are people who hate certain Metro games. Like, there are people who dislike the first Prime, even though largely people consider it to be like one of the holy grails, if not the holy grail of what a Metroid game is supposed to be. And then there are people who hate fusion. Like, they say it's like, oh, like, you know, there's this one guy, like the Geek Critique, who's like his title for it is like a masterpiece corrupted, because it's like, oh my gosh, you took Super Metroid and you ruined it. Or something like that. It's like, all that is to say, Metroid games, you know, it's not a one size fits all. Like, and that's what makes the series stronger, not weaker. But there are some people who just, you know, every game has to be like Super Metroid or Metroid Prime or something like that, and they get so uptight when there's like something different, like the Viola, like, or whatever, and just like, or Soul Valley, or collecting the green energy crystals, or blah blah blah. It's like, look, and like I said, there were aspects of it that I liked, and then there are aspects I didn't like, but I didn't just like lose my temper over it. It's like, I just take the good with the bad, you know. But, and like I said, like the Soul Valley thing, I could, like, you know, when I was stressed out and I didn't want to think too much, Soul Valley was fine. Green energy crystals were fine. I didn't care. But as far as the talking thing is concerned, something the Prime games are good at is showing what Samus is feeling, but also still making sure she never says anything, because there has been this thing where, while Samus is her own character, there's this relationship between Samus and the player. It's like the player is Samus and Samus is the player. And so those times where she's not saying anything, I myself find that I am filling that void of her just not saying a peep. Like, excuse me, let me give you an example. So when she first meets Ezra Duke, he's like, you know, you're Samus. Like, there were hundreds of higher priorities back at base. I find it, like, hard to believe that the Federation would send their best hunter on rescue duty, or or whatever. And she doesn't say anything. She just, like, tilts her head, and then he goes, "We are stranded." Like, but when she was tilting her head, I just go, yeah, well, about that. So, like, you know, I'm, like I was saying, like, you know, there's that relationship between Samus and the player. While Samus is her own character with her own thoughts and emotions, at the same time, the player is still tethered to Samus, and it's up to you to fill that gap, to fill that void, even though Samus herself does have her own character, does have her own traits. And that was part of, and that is part of Other M's weakness, is that that tether is now completely gone. Like, now we're just going way overboard with just, like, turning Samus into just this melodramatic, you know, just, like, you know, person who's just, like, breathless, or just, like, you know, but, like, so it's like, you know, you have the two extremes, right? It's like Samus not making a peep when she's interacted with a lot, and then you got Samus who just won't shut up, right? But all that is to say, it's like, does it feel a little forced at times in Prime 4? Like, yes. Yes, it does. But I don't think it's as big of a problem as people think it is. And because, again, there's that relationship between, you know, Samus having her own personality, but then that personality still having enough wiggle room for the player themselves to contribute. So, you know, that's why Samus being completely mum in Prime 4 does not bother me. And then, speaking of the characters, you know, people are complaining about the characters, right? The only thing that was particularly annoying about any of the characters was every now and again in Soul Valley, Mackenzie might be bothering that's it, really. Just, but overall, like, somebody's just like, oh, they just, like, made you like the characters at the end because they sacrificed themselves. It's like, what do you mean made you like them? Why don't you let yourself like them? like people are just so committed to not, just like so mentally and emotionally committed to not having Samus work with anybody whatsoever, that they're just like, oh, we just hate any of the Federation guys, or we just won't allow ourselves to just let the story speak for itself in this regard and just whatnot. It's just like, why can't you just let yourself enjoy the game as it is? It's like, you don't have to have the exact same formula every single time. And I know I'm just a broken record, but it just sickens me. Like, I don't want to hear people's, like, I don't want to, like, I'm just so sick and tired of just the blowback that Prime 4 gets, and when it doesn't deserve it. Like, it's not a bad game. Like, I love the characters. Like, I just let them just like, oh, these are, and I thought like Armstrong was so darn funny because she's like this like super fangirl or whatever. Like, I just thought that was hilarious. Like, she was funny, and Ezra was funny, and or well, kind of, I mean, more that he was the straight man, right? Or just like, you got the clown and the straight man. And then Mackenzie is like nerdy, but he's friendly, and he's like, did you just scan me? What does it say? It's just like, it's just, and like Tokabi, I think he was my least favorite, honestly, Tokabi, but I mean, that's just because, there's the whole thing with Solon, and also the voice actor didn't really do the best job, I thought. I mean, but like, he kind of grew on me when I was thinking, like, he kind of reminds me of, the way he talks, it reminds me of Sulu from Star Trek just a little bit. But, like, I really loved each of the characters, and there was a whole thing with the Lamorne, and I really liked how each of the Prime games in Prime 4 was getting a bit of love. Like, even Pinball, like, when you're fighting Silex and he transforms into the Lockjaw, which that was such a awesome moment. You're like, because you're just like, is he actually going to turn into the Lockjaw at some point? And he does. It's like, oh my gosh! And then his tripwire is upgraded, so where he now has like these 6 different points, but instead of them like going around you and just like zapping you, instead they like cause you to bounce off. And so in that sense, it's like Pinball right there, right? But like each of the Prime games is getting so much love, and also it's like they like totally like, because one of the problems people have with the Prime games is the key finding system. Like, the artifacts and the Sky Temple keys, and people are like, oh my gosh, I gotta go on this wild goose chase trying to find these things. And then Prime 3, like, makes it to where a lot of them you collect, it's necessary, but then when you use them, you don't necessarily have to use all of them. You just, like, progressively use them as you go along in the Valhalla. And people are like, oh, that's cool. That's a cool way to do it. Like, I like that. And then Prime 4 comes along and is like, yeah, we're not doing that. We're just going to do it's like, you just collect the key once you fight the boss. It's like the Octoliths, like how the Octoliths work. And speaking of which, even how you found them, like, you go into another dimension, just like with the Octoliths and with the Sky Temple keys, like, kind of both in one. And each of the bosses, like, I mentioned how Prime 1's boss roster was my favorite once upon a time, but I think Prime 4's boss roster is my new favorite, just because, like, it doesn't have very many bosses, kind of like the first Prime, but each of the boss fights themselves are, like, quality. Like, you're looking forward to fighting them. And even the Omega Griever, like, which I said the Emperor Ing used to be my favorite boss. I think the Omega Griever is my new favorite boss. Partly it's like it's big, it's scary, it's ugly, it's fun to fight, even though it's hard to fight as well. Like you gotta watch it, and also just the build up to it and everything, and just going into the mines and just fight. And the thing is, like, when the Griever fights, they are what I wish the Ing fights were like in Prime 2. Like, you see the cutscene of, like, the Marines getting overwhelmed by the Dark Splinters, right? But you never fight nearly that many at a time. And then with the big Ing, like in Dark Aether, like the Warrior Ing, you only ever fight like maybe 6. Like, the most you ever fight of them at a time are like maybe 6 or something like that. 6, 7. But, like, that's it. Like, no more than that. The Grievers, on the other hand, man, you fight a lot of them at a time. And then the Snow Wolf battle, like, that was so good, like, as well. And it just had so many, like, endless horde, like, moments, and just, like, and it's funny because, like, okay, like, there was that thing that, well, what was his name? Was it Mark Pacini or whatever? Like one of the old retro guys, and he had said, like, will you ever see Dark Samus and Phazon again? Do you want to see Dark Samus and Phazon again? Did I say that right the first time? Dark Samus and Phazon? You know, it's like, it's, you know, the idea being like, okay, if there's enough demand, we'll bring it back, right? And I was like, that's been the case for, like, a number of things in, like, literature and whatnot. Like I remember Arthur Conan Doyle. He had killed off Sherlock Holmes with Moriarty, right? And it was such a devastating blow that even, like, there was, like, mourning in the streets or something because he killed off this such a beloved character. And it got to I think even his own mother wrote him and was like, you can't kill off Sherlock. You can't, like, you gotta bring him back or whatever. And so he did. So he brought him back because of popular demand. Like, he survived somehow, right? There are other examples like that of where a character was killed off or something, and because of popular demand, he was brought back. Things like that. It's on the tip of my brain, but stuff like that. So, you know, the green energy, it's basically Phazon again. Like, it's just Phazon, like, arose by any other name. I was just watching a Perry Mason episode with my sister and tonight, and a character said that. But yeah, it's basically Phazon, but it's different, but at the same time, it has different things about it that make it not quite the same as Phazon. But, like, you know, it's basically Phazon, and like, you know, were there parts where the connection was a bit on the nose? Sure. Like the Omega Griever, for instance. Like, it like, you go into the mines, and there's this huge, scary, big, ugly thing that's called the Omega this, and, you know, it's totally juiced with, like, green energy, just like the Omega Pirate is totally juiced with Phazon, and then when you kill it, it melts. Right? But and then the music is so good as well. Like, it has a lot of great things going for it, like, musically, and at first I was taken aback. Like, the ending, like, it shocked me, like, as I'm sure it did, like, a number of other people. But, and at first I was just like, what? Like, they just did that. Like, they like, we just, like, saved all these Marines and whatnot, only for them to all, like, sacrifice themselves just so you could get out? Like, what? Like, I was so shocked. And I thought about it after a while, and I was just like, man, yeah, I mean, like, you know, it really is, like that's the thing with, like, tragedies. Like, what makes a situation a tragedy is that there is it's a no-win scenario. Like, because if she didn't leave, well, then the teleporter would just explode, or if they, like, you know, it was such that, like, Silex, despite being defeated, like, he has so much hatred that it keeps him alive. And, like, despite being, like, just totally riddled with, like, everything, and being held back by a freaking giant, like, big old robot and, like, 3 Marines, he's still moving forward to the portal. And you're like, good grief. Like, and so then they're yelling at you, Samus, go! And so it's just like, and then there's that moment where there's one last thing for you to do, and that's to teleport. And I don't think that's, like, you know, not to, like, you know, what, in the words of G-Man, you know, rather than give you the illusion of free choice, you know, I don't think that's what they were going for. Rather, I think it's just to show you, like I was saying, there's that connection between the player and Samus. Like, Samus is the player and the player is Samus. So what that is to show you in that moment, because it doesn't give you the option to teleport right off the bat. There are, like, a couple of seconds before it gives you the option. All that is to show is that Samus is hesitating, because why would you want to leave? Like, why would you want to abandon them? Just leave without them? Like, why would you do that? And so, you know, I was just like, they just pulled a Rogue One on us. Like, you know, they just, like, gave us all these new characters that we come to know and love, and then they just snatched them away. It's just like, what? It's like, you just did that? It's like, I'm about to lose my voice because of how long I've been talking. But I was just like, man. And I was thinking about it because I was like, you mean to tell me I left behind my homies just so I could plant a stupid tree? And I'm just like, but after thinking about it, I was like, well, I think there is, like, because, like, there's this whole thing of, like, I'm going to give the grievers rest, right? And I think the idea is because, I think, in my mind, the reason they're called the grievers is because, like, because the Lemorrean spirit is still alive and mourning, kind of pun intended, and I think maybe that's intentional, why they're called Lemorrean, right? But also why they are called grievers, because the Lemorrean spirit is still alive in there, but they have no control over their body. And in some sense, it's kind of a picture of Christ and saving you from your flesh, because, you know, the flesh in its nature, like man's nature, is enmity with God, is opposed to God, and that's what we call the flesh. And so, you know, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. That is, mourn over your own sin, for you shall be comforted. And just as Christ died on the cross, pay for your sins, right? With a tree, on a tree, so you grow a new tree, and apparently, because the Lemorrean spirit will live on, right? So in that sense, now the spirit is freed from the flesh, from that monster, the grievers, right? So it's like, it's not quite how it works, but it's kind of a picture of that. So once I realized that, I was like, okay, okay, I think I can accept that a bit more, even though on its face, like, it's something you really have to think about, but on its face, it does just look like I just left my friends alone, who stand no chance against this guy who's out to kill me and the Federation, just so I could plant a stupid tree for a race that's basically extinct now. It's like, it's like I had like this picture or like this memory of this part from like Man of Steel, where Cal, like Superman, he's on that Kryptonian ship that is like, gonna like bring back the Kryptonian race with like the whatever they call, like, the things where they're like growing babies like via the cortex, right, and stuff, and so they're gonna terraform Earth and turn into another Krypton, and his eyes are like turning into laser vision, and Zod goes like, "No, Cal, if you destroy the ship, you destroy Krypton." And like the eyes, like, he calms down at first, and then he yells, "Krypton had its chance!" And then he destroys the ship. That's kind of that I was thinking of that, just kind of like, if you destroy this memory fruit, you destroy the Lamorne. It's like, the Lamorne had their chance, whatever. But even though the big difference is that Krypton in that movie perishes because of their own mistakes, the Lamorne, while it is true they did perish as well because of their own mistakes, like, it wasn't the same level of foolishness as the Kryptonians, right? So, but like I said, like, after thinking about it, I'm like, okay, I think I accept this, even though it's still sad, and the music at the end, when Tokabi just yells, "So long be with you," and you see their faces for the last time, and Mackenzie, like, he takes a freaking shot for you, like, is like, he definitely has the biggest, like, character arc out of all of them. Like, he goes from being just this really timid guy to literally taking a shot for you, but like, and the teleporter, of course, but either way, he put himself in front of that shot, so, like, he gave his life. So that was like, and Mackenzie is just so fun. I don't know why people just hate him so much, but like, but yeah, just like seeing their faces for the last time as you like get out of there, and then like especially when you see Samus's like face when you get scans and items 100%, and there's that, you can just look at her and you know she's sad. Like, she's sad about what happened and what she did, like her leaving them and stuff, and there is that brief moment, like, you just look at her and it looks like she's holding back tears, and it's just like, oh man. And the music is just so moving, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually used a live orchestra instead of just software, because the music has a different feel to it. I mean, aside from the electronic parts, that is, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if they used an actual choir, because it just sounds so good and so like real. A few things. The names for a lot of things are a bit generic, like Thunder Shot, Fire Shot, Ice Shot, Furry Green, Soul Valley, Flare Pool. It's like, compare that with Phendrana Drifts or Magmore Caverns or Tallinn Overworld, like, or Aegon Waste or Torvis Bog. You're like, really? We're just gonna call it Furry Green? Or really? We're just gonna call it Flare Pool? Or there was like a name for the volcano. Why not just call it that? It was like something. Or the names of the weapons. Or like like them calling every single upgrade Psychic Space Jump Boots, or Psychic Power Bomb, or Psychic this, or it's like, okay, I get it, it's psychic. At the same time, though, because of the innovations they did with every single weapon or upgrade you got, like, oh, you can now grab your bomb and throw it, or your power bomb for that matter, which is so darn cool. Or you can tether in Morph Ball mode, and, you know, now you can create points for you to grab, or like with the scan visor or the control beam and stuff like that. Like, you know, there is a reason it is the psychic power bomb versus the power bomb, right? Like, there is actually a difference, like, functionally. So I do understand that. It just felt a bit redundant after a while. It's like, okay, I get it. That said, how they innovated on each and every one of those things was just so cool. And then Silux's backstory, like, that was another thing people are mad about. It's just like, that's it? That's all we get? Or whatever. It's like, okay, look, just because we waited this long for this game does not mean that every single year you waited means it has to be that much better every single time. So it's like, let's say the game has to be 10 times as good as the first Prime for every year you wait. Well, that's not how it works, okay? Just let the game speak for itself again. And besides, whoever said that that's it that we're going to get for Silux, okay? It's probably going to get developed more, because obviously they intend to do more with him. And also, honestly, it's like, so, is it what I wanted it to be for Silux's backstory? No. But what I wanted it to be, personally, I also understood was too high of an expectation, because something I had wanted Silux to be was basically Metroid's righteous villain, which in some sense he does have some properties to that of that, but like, what I wanted him to be was like something like, or what I thought would have been really cool and had the open door for, was him being like, you know, Ra's al Ghul in Batman Begins. You know, like, Gotham needs to be destroyed because it is way too corrupt, and I'm going to be the one to lead the way to its destruction. So it's like Silux, he could be like, because he like sees the corruption that is starting to fester in the Federation, and, you know, creates the rogue faction like the ringleaders, or what I personally think, which is like the Sinister Laboratory is linked to the ringleaders, like that created canon. Excuse me. Like, he sees the corruption brewing, and he's like, we need to tear down the whole system. Like, the Federation needs to be uprooted, and whatnot. And, you know, he's very Machiavellian in the process. Like, he will possess the space pirates to do that, or whatnot, with the Metroids and whatnot. And he says, like, you know, you are my greatest student. It should be you stand by my side saving the world. It's like, and Batman is like, I'm going to stand right here where I belong, between you and the people of Gotham. Like, it's like he and Samus could have been on the same page and been like, yeah, there is corruption within the Federation, but this ain't it. Like, Samus is like, but this ain't it, homie. Like, there's still some pretty good people that we can work with and whatnot, and what, like, you don't like what you're doing. This ain't it. But like I said, I understood that was a pretty unrealistic expectation. That was a little too high. Like, Metroid villains as they go are generally not that deep, but I also don't care, honestly. Like, you know, Ravenbeak, like I said, kind of a simplistic villain, but you know what? He's evil, he's powerful, he's cool. That's all I really care about, honestly. And now, with what we got with Silux thus far, him being like this, like, he was a Marine, which, it's funny, I created this meme. Actually, let me Let me pull it up, actually. If I can find it. No, that's not it. Okay, here it is. This is a meme I created out of the Baron, Trump, and like Elon Musk's. Like, fans for some reason assuming that the flashback of Silex being a Marine is literally it for his backstory now and forevermore. Me losing my mind learning that he was a Marine. And that really was it for me, just because I'm like, he was a Marine? Like, you know, even though, like, you know, you could probably just, like, I mean, it's logical, right? But then just, like, learning that in of itself was just juicy to me. Like, oh my gosh, you know? But, like, you know, just, like, whatever I got, I was excited for, right? I think Labcat also made the comparison. It's like, you know, demanding or expecting every Christmas or next Christmas after that to just be better versus just being thankful for what you get, you know. And I really like that comparison. I think, yeah, it's very true. And I try to make that my approach when it comes to like video games and things that I receive and whatnot. But anyway, again, like what we did get with Silex, like that he's like this really narcissistic and self-righteous guy, and as somebody pointed out, and I myself was thinking, like, okay, he really resents that the Federation keeps relying on Samus. And the thing is, that itself is like kind of a criticism a lot of people have with the Federation, like, or problem that people have with the Federation. Like, oh my gosh, they're so weak. They're so big, and yet they're so weak. They just keep using Samus. Like, when are you guys going to put on your big boy pants and just deal with the space parts yourself, right? And it's like that very same attitude. It seems to be what Silex has, right? But it's like, you know, he's just on his own personal crusade, and like he has his own resolve and his own axe to grind, and just like point to prove. He's just got something to prove. Like, I've got to be that person to show that we can, like, I can do things myself. I can do what, you know, the things that Samus can, or I can, like, be the protector of the galaxy, and, you know, all this other stuff. And then when that's just like, but then when things just fall apart around him, he has no one to blame but himself, then that just like throws him over the edge, and he's just like, you know, he cannot conceive the idea that he is wrong, and so he must kill everything. He's just like, everybody else must like die or whatever, right? So it's like, you know, is it as deep as a villain as we could have gotten? No. But honestly, I'm interested to see where it goes, and, you know, like, you know, that in itself is kind of interesting already, or just by itself. And also the voice actor for Silex, I do really love his work, and just, and I do genuinely mean this. Like, when I left a comment on the video where it's like all of Silex's taunts, and I'm just like, you know, I just love the idea of just this guy just really hating me, really want to kill me, and I don't even know what I did. It's like, I'm dead serious. There's something about that like makes me interested and kind of tickles me at the same time. So, and there is something to be said just with when I realized that every single time that like thing happens where Samus's head starts hurting because the crystal is like acting up, and she's having flashbacks of that incident. And then it was like, oh, so every time that happens, like the Cybots are activated or they're launched or something, it's because Sylux is doing something. So that makes sense. So, and yeah, she's realizing something about him that she otherwise wouldn't have known without the psychic crystal. So, but yeah, and yeah, I had enough. Oh, I'm just getting started. Anyway, my head is just I'm losing it because I'm tired and it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning for me, and I've been talking for about 4 hours. So I did not mean for this to go on this long, but well, I guess that's part of the reason I haven't done one of these before, or I haven't done this until now, is because I would be rambling for so long. But anyway, there you have it. Finally, my ranking of every single Metroid game ever, all of them. And happy 40th, Metroid. Still my favorite series. After all these years, it's just got a lot of cool things going for it. Just I was telling my sister, it has like very strong like good versus evil, and it has a strong spiritual side to it. Even though like it's kind of why I prefer Star Wars over Star Trek, honestly, because although spiritualism that does not lead to God is still bad, to me, I feel like that is a road better than what Star Trek promotes, which is humanism. Just looking inward. Arguably even more satanic than, following a different God, right? Just because one still acknowledges that there's something beyond ourselves, and I kind of feel like that is the better option. But as far as like stories, but anyway, Metroid has a very strong spiritual aspect to it as well, and it combines fantasy and science fiction, and I think that's really cool. Another reason I prefer Star Wars over Star Trek, even though I love both, but so yeah, just and then also Samus as a character, she is like really cool, really pretty too, but really cool, really badass, but she's also very compassionate, and she's not like trying to prove something. She's not like the girl boss or whatever, where she's just like, oh, look at me, I can do what a man can do, and like blah blah blah. It's like, no, she's very selfless, which she's very selfless and very compassionate, and she really demonstrates that even further in like Prime 4. Like that side of her comes out, and really appreciated that, and was really thankful that they continued in that direction and whatnot. But yeah, so there you go, all the Metroid games, every single one. Big appreciation for those who stuck around or are still watching. So thank you all so much for watching. As always, God bless, and I hope to see y'all next time. And if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Just like it if you didn't. And subscribe to the channel for for more. I'm not always streaming or making videos these days, but I'm doing a little bit here and there, and I'll get back to streaming eventually. But yeah, finally did it. I finally did a tier video. a tier listing video. The very first tier listing video I've ever done, but or stream for that matter, but for Metroid. So now, there you are. Well, anyway. Ciao.